Can't nobody hold me down. Obviously.
All too easy.
Recognizing Christ's work for you. When Christians come to faith, a big part of that is recognizing the work Christ has done for them. This means understanding that Jesus' life, death, and resurrection have set them free from sin and have given them freedom. This recognition is like realizing that a huge debt has been paid on your behalf, and now you have the freedom to live a new life. It's not about you knowing that Christ did something for you. It's about realizing that his work transforms your life on the inside. Christ's freedom isn't just a one-time event. It's something that continues to shape your actions, thoughts, and heart. It's about both understanding and experiencing Christ's work in your life. Some Christians might think that this recognition of what Christ has done for them is all that's needed. Once you know that Christ has set you free, it can feel like there's nothing else to look for or do. But that if this recognition becomes the only focus, it can lead to lack of growth in the Christian life. It's not just about intellectual knowledge, knowing that Christ has done something for you, but about living out that truth in practical ways. If you only focus on this one aspect, your faith might become stagnant and fail to have deeper impact on how you live. The Holy Spirit plays a crucial role in the Christian life. The Spirit is what helps Christians truly live out their faith by leading them into all truth. helping them participate in Christ's work, and making salvation personal. But once the Spirit has led someone to recognize the work of Christ, the question remains, what happens next? What's the next step in living out that faith? There are three common attitudes people have after recognizing Christ's work. The first is that of traditional ethics. Strictly, a model for this might be found in the famous Wherefore of Paul in Romans 12:1. Here we are shown the implications of the work of Christ for our lives as if there were a continuous line between God's eternal and spiritual act on the one side and our own acts on the other. The incarnation and our own incarnations. This necessarily leads on to the elaboration of a closed ethics, a domain of order and necessity. If, however, we view ethics as an ethics of freedom, it cannot be of this kind. There cannot be unbroken continuity between Christ's work and ours. No, we know Christianity is true. We now know that Christianity is true. Oh, prove it? Okay. There's the proof. If knowledge, then God. Knowledge exists. God exists. There's the proof. What's the rage bit? No, premise 1 says there's a necessary relationship between God and knowledge. If P, then Q. And then premise 2 says we have knowledge, right? So P, therefore Q. Yeah, knowledge requires God because to have knowledge we need things like uniformity of nature, identity over time, causality. Only God explains those things. Knowledge is like data plus semantics. Welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing well.
I just want to sort of debate the idea that Christianity is objectively proven.
Oh, that's a tall order. Good luck with that.
Okay. So can you explain to me why it's objectively proven?
Sure. So, like, the Christian God would be necessary for knowledge. You can't deny knowledge because that would be a contradiction. Therefore, the Christian God exists.
But how do you derive that knowledge comes from God?
Because it's either going to like come from God or it's going to come from humans. And if it comes from humans, then it's just made up and pretend that it's not real. So, unless knowledge comes from God, there is no knowledge.
But how come frequently scientific discoveries actually disprove God? So surely if God were to give us knowledge, then the knowledge that we obtain through scientific investigation would therefore support the idea of, the idea of like a God, surely.
Well, then when you're talking about like science proving things, you're turning science into like a religion because science doesn't really prove things. So that's like not science would be incapable of like proving that like anything is wrong or true. So science doesn't even do that.
Okay. But science proves our existence, though, doesn't it?
No, science doesn't prove anything.
What do you mean it doesn't prove anything? The reason why we're here on Earth is because of the Big Bang. Okay, that is like
You're just guessing.
it's a theory. It's a theory, but how is that? How is that a religion? It's based upon
It's a
investigation.
mythology, like a creation myth. So,
But you're saying that. But in order for something to be a religion, that requires there to be faith in it, right?
so you've rejected like God. So in place of God, you've put science. And so you're
Yeah.
making science do things that science doesn't claim to do. Like science doesn't prove anything. And you're sitting here saying science proves things. So you've adopted like a fanatic religious view of science. Okay?
Okay.
And so to even do science, there has to be a God, because science is going to rely on things like order in the world. And where would the order come from? Science can't explain that.
What do you mean by order? Can you explain?
Like when you touch a hot stove, it burns your hand, and so you go, well, in the future, I'm not going to touch a hot stove because it will burn my hand, because you believe that there's order, that the world behaves in sort of regular fashion.
Okay, but I mean, doesn't science prove? Yeah, but isn't that idea that you don't touch the stove based on your will to survive as a human?
I mean, it could be, but you're using a type of reasoning that says the future will resemble the past. But you can
Okay.
only know the future resembles the past if you accept what the Bible says.
And why is that?
Because
So I'm just trying to understand. Sorry if I'm being a bit annoying, but I'm just trying to understand.
science can't prove the future resembles the past, and logic and reason can't prove the future resembles the past. So unless God like gives us that knowledge, we just don't have that knowledge, and that knowledge is going to be necessary to do any type of like investigation into reality or truth.
But how can we take what God says for truth if as a person you cannot personally perceive God? There is no like, your evidence for God is that we as humans have rationale.
Yeah.
But how do you know, like, how do you actually know that God exists, or how do you know which God is the right God? What if someone were to be Muslim, Christian? How do you actually know? How do you know which? Because some people believe in extremist beliefs that actually make them do things that are incredibly irrational. So surely that would disprove that God gives us knowledge and kind of thing.
No, I mean scientists do irrational things, so it doesn't disprove science. So we know Christianity is true because the Christian God has the perfect attributes. None of the other gods have the perfect attributes.
But don't you think it's ironic that those people that are raised in certain areas have certain religious beliefs? Don't you think that's ironic?
No.
Like that. How does that mix? But surely that disproves that Christianity is it is proven, because if people that are from a certain area whereby their upbringing encourages a certain religion, so for example in Europe you're more likely to be Catholic, or like in Europe, and then maybe, I don't know, say in more like Middle Eastern countries more likely to be Muslim. Doesn't that prove that your religious beliefs is also based upon context?
I don't think so, because like if someone is raised in the jungle, they're not going to believe in science, right? Does that mean science is false? It doesn't. Why does it matter if people are like born into a culture that teaches them something? That doesn't mean it's true or false.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because my
I don't see why it would matter if being born into a culture that teaches you a belief that has no relevance on whether the belief's true or false. Like I could be born in the jungle and never be taught science, so I don't believe in science, right? Does that make science false? Like I don't see what relevant it is. Like
science is universal. Okay, religion is based upon what I'm arguing at least is that it's based upon context. Science. The reason why we believe in science is because science is often and repeatedly tested through practicals, through through practicals, through constantly, and it's constantly changing science, right?
Yeah, but they never test the test. They just assume the test works.
They don't assume that there's proof.
They just assume the scientific
There's practical ways to prove science, and there isn't practical ways to prove religion.
Science can't prove science, so they never test that. There's lots of things that science assumes that it doesn't.
Science can't prove science. That's like saying maths can't prove maths. What does that actually mean?
It means that science relies on things that it can't prove, like logic. Science can't prove logic, but science can't function without logic. So science is dependent upon God. You're trying to make science God. Science is not God. Science is very limited. Science is very limited in what it can do, and anything science tells us is open to change. Like tomorrow, we could discover something that proves all science wrong.
You're acting as if logic would not exist without God.
Yes, it's true.
But our logic, so our sort of understanding of the world around us, is based upon evolution, right?
No.
Why not?
Because evolution selects for truth. It doesn't select. I mean, it selects for survivability. It doesn't select for truth.
Right, and the way in which we sort of behave is based upon the idea that we're going to survive, that we need to survive. That's why we have morals in society, because we know that in order for society to sustain, for the human race to continue, we must, care for those around us. And, therefore, there is no need for a God in order to have logic.
Sure there is. Sure there is.
Why?
Well, what would be like the absolute identity statement that would impose, like, you need something absolute in the system to have logic.
Absolute as in something that's like certain.
Something universal, like a real universal.
Religion is not universal.
What?
Religion is not universal.
Okay, but logic is.
Right, and I'm arguing that logic is evolutionary. That it's not based upon.
But that doesn't work because evolution selects for survival, not for truth. So.
Yeah, but I'm saying that through evolution, through our understanding of survival, which has been developed through centuries, that's how we develop logic, not through.
Yeah, but that doesn't work because logic is about truth. It's not. Logic isn't about surviving. Okay, so that doesn't make what you're saying doesn't make sense.
What? Okay.
Because
define logic then for me. Then maybe
correct thinking about the world.
Okay. Right. So why doesn't evolution prove logic?
Because it could be that like incorrect thinking about the world helped you survive, right? So then you would evolve incorrect thinking about the world. There's nothing about evolution that says you have to think correctly about the world. It just says you have to survive.
Okay. And why? But as a human, your only real purpose is to survive. At least based on
because
survive and reproduce. So that does provide you logic, surely.
You have no purpose if you don't have God, right? There is no purpose. You're worm food. You don't matter. You're irrelevant.
Well, obviously, there is purpose biologically to reproduce and have children. That is.
It's not real, though. That's not real. You're just making shit up. That's like Harry Potter fantasy.
How is that not real?
Because
the purpose of life is to reproduce. That's why.
Really? How do you know that?
Because that is how that's how every species, is sort of.
What makes it real?
Every species is computed how is to survive and to reproduce. That's why we evolve. That's why we evolve, because those are able to survive and reproduce.
Dude, you're just making shit. Dude, this is nonsense. You're just making shit up. Like, if you are the result of a meaningless process, if you're just a cosmic accident, then nothing you say has any meaning. There's no real meaning.
Yeah, but there's a difference between meaning and purpose.
Yeah, but you don't have either.
Like the purpose of of every species is to reproduce. I don't understand how you're saying that's not true. I'm a bit confused.
Because it's a fucking fantasy that you invented. Where are you getting this from? It's your opinion, dude.
Darwinism, mate.
It's your opinion.
How is
it's
that
Darwin's opinion.
Same way your opinion is that Meaning,
No,
you can't have purpose without God. Surely that's an
not my
opinion.
opinion. That's a fact of the world.
That God exists.
That
And
God
evolution
exists,
isn't a
and
fact.
that God is the source of purpose. Without God, there's no purpose.
Yeah, but as a human, to your bare bones, right? If you did not know about Christ, you would still try to reproduce and pass on the genes.
Holy fuck! I'm surprised your parents.
Every other species, my friend, that does not have the intelligence to understand God reproduces and passes on their genes,
Uh huh.
right? So
Why?
therefore, they have a purpose there, right, to pass on their genes.
No. No.
No,
No.
why do they do that then?
What? What the fuck? Like, what's the? I mean, how is there a purpose to pass on genes? How is that? That doesn't. You're just making that up. There's nothing. Why not just like stop breeding?
Because you want to pass on your genes, you want to help the survival
They're
of your.
begging the question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
There's no reason to pass on my genes. I might as well just stop existing and stop passing on my genes. There's no purpose to passing on my genes. It doesn't
Okay, I
matter.
understand what you're saying. So if there wasn't sort of a belief in Christ, then you would have no reason to try to survive. Then,
Yeah.
okay, but I still don't think that proves the existence of a God, though.
Okay, no. But what does is like knowledge, right? The fact that you have knowledge proves God.
This knowledge thing confuses me. Like,
Yeah, isn't it?
it's a bit confusing. Anyways, man, I think that was a good debate. To be fair, I am actually a Catholic. I was just sort of trying to debate just to sort of see what I could get. What I was just speaking to you, man. God bless you.
That's very naughty. You're going to hell. That's bad faith.
Hi.
Whoa.
I just want to ask how you think knowledge proves the existence of God.
Because to have knowledge, certain things have to be true. Um, One of those things is like uniformity of nature. And so only God can explain or account for the uniformity of nature that we.
That's not true at all. We understand it perfectly fine. That's what chemistry is.
It is true. Chemistry is based off
That's
of what.
exactly what chemistry is. The reason that we found chemistry is through math, and math is just a principle of the universe. No matter where you go, open or closed system, there will be math. No matter what, if you have one of something, you have one of that thing, no matter what.
Okay, so if we look at nature, nature is rational in the sense that we see coherent patterns which we can understand with our.
Yes, math. Those
So
coherent patterns come from math. And one of my favorite examples of that we recently found that like I was freaking out about a little bit.
maybe it's just like,
We found a bacteria in the shape of a Sierpinski triangle. A bacteria, a free forming bacteria just that decided that the Sierpinski triangle just so happened to be the best shape for its environment.
so if someone doubted that these like patterns exist in nature, it'd be impossible for you to prove that they do.
No, it's 100% possible. We see it in radial symmetry in animals.
You're bickering with me.
I'm not bickering. I'm proving you wrong.
No, you're not.
You're-
bickering.
Do you know what fractal geometry is?
No.
Look at a leaf.
This has nothing. What are you
No,
talking?
you said we don't see these in nature.
Yeah.
In nature, we see this. If you look at a leaf, it is
You're not
symmetric.
listening to me.
It's symmetrical.
You're not listening to me. So you must be really young. Are you even 18?
I'm 19 and in college.
That is shocking. Okay, so focus. Okay,
All the people in the comments are saying
Okay.
Gus is cooking you.
focus. Okay, well, if that makes you happy, then there you go.
You're just not making any sense.
You're not even trying to understand me or listen.
Then go ahead.
You're being obstinate.
Then
and
go
childish.
ahead.
So, nature, we see the patterns in nature, okay, and we understand.
What do you mean by that?
For one, so if I touch a hot stove and it burns my hand, I'm gonna say, well, in the future, when I touch a hot stove, it's gonna burn my hand. That's a pattern.
Right, that's pattern recognition.
Okay, now let's say someone doubted that the pattern existed in nature. There'd be no way for you to prove that these patterns are real.
No, there is.
No, there isn't. Any attempt
Yes, there
to
is. Do you want to know what
excuse me.
you want to know
No,
what that
I'm
proof
not
is?
interested in a lecture from an idiot.
Do you want to
okay?
know what that
I'm not
proof is?
interested in learning from a 19-year-old moron. Okay?
I'm sorry. So you're gonna ask me a question and then say you're
I
not
didn't
interested
ask
in
a
hearing an
question.
answer?
I didn't ask a question. I've been trying.
You said that you're
you-
then I'm sorry.
Stop talking.
You're right. You didn't ask a
Stop.
question.
You asked me a question, and I've been trying to prove God exists, and you're bickering
sorry.
with me
Give me a
like
second.
little girl at the cafeteria table. Okay,
You're
so
resorting to ad hominem and it's really disappointing. I need you to calm down.
because your behavior is bad. If you behave like a
You're-
normal adult, behave like a mature adult that you are.
You're the one screaming.
Because your behavior, if you behave,
You're blatantly lying. You're
fucking Jesus. Unbelievable. Bro, why are you doing this?
okay. You said that there's no possible way to prove those patterns exist, correct? That those patterns exist in nature? That's not true at all.
It is
And we
true.
see this in nature with bears. 1 second, I'll be right back.
These people drive me out. I mean, like she's so sure that I'm wrong, right? She's telling me that's not true. I've literally been studying this stuff for like over a year, and I know I have so much information that I'm not wrong. It's sickening. But here is this person doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, saying that I'm wrong. Only on TikTok. Welcome, silly.
Did you just fucking mute her because she tried to prove you wrong? Can't you just, like, listen to her and debate her like normal human? Just stop fucking crying, dude.
Do you have an argument?
Well, she had an argument, pretty good one, but if you, like...
In Soviet Russia, argument you.
Me? Okay,
Argument you.
yes, these patterns, you can prove them without having a god
Okay,
in
so
nature.
yeah, what's the proof that the future resembles the past?
Wait, say it again?
What is the proof that the future resembles the past?
That the future resembles... No, I'm talking about the nature patterns
That's what
in
I'm
our...
talking about. The future resembles the past in a pattern.
Oh, okay. So
Prove that.
it's basically we don't know for sure that the stove will be hot in the future, but we can learn from the past and determine that the stove will be hot in the future. Like it's just using...
Begging the question. That's circular.
Huh?
That's circular reasoning. You're begging the question. Do you want to admit you don't know what the hell you're talking about?
No, I just joined to tell you to let her talk because she obviously knew what she's talking
No,
about.
she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's 19. You're white knighting for someone who's wrong.
Okay, so you are listening to me who isn't even 19.
How old are you?
18.
Okay.
So let her talk and have a
I'm
normal
not-
conversation. Like
I'm
you
not-
started playing music when she wanted to explain to what she meant. It's not normal. It's not how you make a normal conversation. It's like you are acting like a child.
No, I'm
It
making
was
argument.
literal. Like you started playing the music and kicked her out. Like, what is that? Just think about yourself for a second.
Like humiliate the non-believers. Yeah, he just ran away.
Okay. Can
Okay.
you? Hello?
Right. So yeah, there's pattern in nature. You can't prove it.
Yes, you can. And we see this in
Prove it.
bears. Bears are like my favorite example. Bears avoid humans in the woods now because of hunters. And a social experiment was done. I can't remember by
I
who.
don't care. I don't care. I want an argument that the future resembles the past. Do you have that argument?
If a kid falls and scrapes his knee and it meets a kid who hasn't fallen and scraped their knee and they don't know what that's like yet and they say, look at what happened when I fell, the other kid will learn. And it'll associate like it will associate falling with getting hurt. We see this in bears, which tell their offspring to avoid humans because of hunters.
I need it. I'm claiming there's no argument that the future resembles the past. You disagreed, so I need an argument from you. Why don't you just admit you're full of shit?
Define your argument, because you're making a very vague argument.
If you're not interested in debating, that's fine, but don't request to come up here. It says debate live. What the fuck are you doing? Come up here with an argument. Don't come up here with bullshit. This passage is discussing two different views of ethics, one based on tradition and the other based on freedom. She didn't make any points. She was just bullshitting me. Traditional ethics based on the example in Romans 12:1. Romans says something like, offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God, because of the mercy God has shown you. The idea links what Christ has done for us, his sacrifice, with what we are supposed to do in our lives, our actions. The passage emphasizes how Christ's actions have a different connection to how we should act. Traditional ethics operates under the idea that there's a direct, continuous line between what God has done through Christ, like his death and resurrection, and how we should live our lives. In this view, it's like there's a preset path or rules to follow because Christ did something. We now have a set way to live in response. It's an ethical system that's orderly, structured, and based on duty or necessity, like following a strict rule book. Now, the passage introduces a different view of ethics, an ethics of freedom. This doesn't work by just following rules or imitating a clear, direct path from Christ's actions to ours. In an ethics of freedom, there's no unbroken continuity between what Christ did and what we do. In other words, it's not just about following Christ's example exactly. Instead, it emphasizes freedom in how we live and make ethical decisions. Our actions aren't just determined by what Christ did. We have freedom to choose how to live based on our own understanding of God's love and freedom. So traditional ethics connects what Christ did directly to how we live our lives, creating a set, ordered system of right and wrong. Ethics of freedom gives us more personal choice of how we live. We don't just copy Christ's actions, but respond freely to God's call in our own unique ways. So traditional ethics says we should follow a direct, structured line from what Christ did. Ethics of freedom says our actions are not just about following rules, but are also about the freedom to make choices in our lives. with Christ's work as an inspiration, not a strict blueprint. So we can live freely. We're not bound by a set, fixed path. And we have more room for personal responsibility and interpretation. Christianity is objectively proven through transcendental argument for God. So Christianity would be a first principle foundational belief. And so to prove a first principle, we would use a transcendental argument. So the argument goes like, if knowledge, then God, we have knowledge, therefore God. So God's necessary for knowledge, you can't deny knowledge, therefore you can't deny God. The second attitude, which preserves freedom, manifests itself in exclusive confidence in the Holy Spirit as the guide of our lives. In extreme form, this entails an individualism which enables us to detach ourselves both from the precision of God's revelation in Holy Scripture, the only possible link with God's Word, and from concrete daily reality. Action under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit can produce individual holiness, which is very detached and which often bears no reference to the practical situation of man. What is he saying here? Yeah, if knowledge, then God. There's a philosophy paper about it by James Anderson. Three is not factually incorrect. So because a bunch of stupid atheists lie about three, therefore I'm wrong about three? Crap. I should use that right away, dang it.
Hey. Doesn't the Bible say that the earth was made before the sun and that the moon produces light? That's not very objective. That's like false. It's objectively proven wrong, if anything, right?
How is it false? Based on what?
Are you serious? You think the moon produces light?
Does the Bible say that?
Yeah.
It reflects light.
Correct. You're smarter than the Bible. Congratulations, bro.
Where does the Bible say that?
Congratulations, you're no longer Christian. You just proved the Bible wrong.
Where does the Bible say that?
Look it up, bro. What? I'm not your fucking mom, you fucking retarded idiot. You want to keep believing in something you just literally said out loud is false, then go ahead and do it, you fucking dumbass brain.
This is atheism. I've never heard that the Bible says the moon produces light. Let's ask ChatGPT. Does the Bible claim the moon produces its own light? The Bible does not claim that the moon produces its own light. Instead, it describes the moon as a reflecting light from the sun in Genesis 1:16. It says, God made two great lights, the greater lights to govern the day and the lesser lights to govern the night. He made the stars also. Here, the lesser light refers to the moon, which governs the night. But this does not mean the moon creates light. The moon simply reflects light of the sun, which is why we see it shining at night. The description in Genesis is more about the function and purpose of celestial bodies rather than a detailed scientific explanation. focusing on the fact that the moon provides light in the dark of night, but not that it generates light on its own. So, no, the Bible does not claim the moon generates its own light. It reflects the light of the sun for 12 seconds. What? Yeah. People are like so indoctrinated into science. They interpret everything through. So they think the Bible's making scientific claims when it's not. Welcome.
Yo,
Yeah, what would you like?
how is Christianity objectively proven?
It's proven through the transcendental argument for God.
And what is that?
The idea is that like everybody has to start with a bias, your first principle, and only the Christian first principle is coherent. Any other non-Christian first principle would be incoherent.
So, your argument of objective truth is just that the other religions don't make sense.
Any non-Christian position would be a performative contradiction. So only Christianity is coherent.
But how, like, do you have any proof that only Christianity is coherent? Like, besides just your own bias?
Yeah, like I could take any fact and show that fact is the Christian God is necessary for that fact.
I don't think you can, man. I don't think that, like, if you were able to do that, like, and respectfully, I'm not calling you nobody to say, like in terms of, like, your character, but just, like, as a person, like, you're not a scientist or anything. Like, other people would have drawn that conclusion before you. Like, there would be, like, scientific proof that, like, other religions aren't coherent and every fact can be proven through God, but there's no proof of that because...
Well, you say that, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I read a book called The Objective Proof for Christianity. Right. So the author of this book has a PhD in epistemology. Do you know what epistemology is?
No, sir.
Epistemology is the study of how we know what things are true. So the guy that wrote this book has a degree in how to like know things are true, right? He's a master expert on truth.
Okay.
He wrote the book, The Objective Proof for Christianity. There's an argument in the book that objectively proves Christianity.
Okay, so I'm looking at some of these comments. They're kind of saying some stuff I was thinking as well. Like, how can you scientifically prove a resurrection or like water turning to wine?
I'm not scientifically proving. I'm proving the Bible as a transcendental proof. It's a philosophical proof.
Okay, so a philosophical truth is a truth over like a moral set. Would that be correct?
Philosophical proof.
But that's not proof. So you can't. That's like circular reasoning of like I ask for proof and you say, okay, my proof is my proof. Like,
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No. They're saying in the comments too. That's just a claim. It's exactly. You're just making a claim and supporting it with a claim. And respectfully, I'm right. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know. I mean, you're literally going to the comments. You're so lost. You're
No, I'm not. They're just agreeing with something I was already.
No, you have no idea what to say, so you go read the comments because you don't read books, do you?
No, the water turning
What are you
to wine
reading?
thing. You won't let me finish. You won't let me finish because if you let me finish my thoughts, you'll see that I'm coherent and you won't be able to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that wasn't the case, you'd be letting me explain. So.
Aww.
So what are we doing here? You're just gonna on me like a fucking little kid, or like you're gonna let me explain?
You're so precious.
So you have no point. Is that correct? I'm not here to argue. I was here to like actually question and debate. So if you have no like coherent thoughts or facts or like
Well, I
you just
made an argument, right? All facts indicate God. You can't have a fact without the Christian God. That's my argument, right?
but you can have a fact without a Christian God.
Okay, well, to have a fact, you need uniformity of nature. Did you know that?
Yeah, nothing in like uniformity of nature. Like 1+1 shows uniformity of nature because it's always the same no matter what, and God has nothing.
Dude, I know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You know you're full of shit. Do you want to admit you're full of shit, or should I just move on?
Does that not have uniformity of nature? You see, you're responding.
Thanks for coming up here and bullshitting. This is atheism. Welcome. Welcome, Grim Leo. Grim Leo might not be there. There?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Fucking AirPods, sorry. So before you get on to the other person,
Yeah, I'll give you a chance.
huh?
You go. You're first. They're second. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah. You made a claim. I've talked to you before. You made a claim that what was it? All facts are necessary. God is necessary to know facts. Is that what you said? Something like that.
Yes.
But you want to let's restate the claim in your own words.
I said I could take any fact and show that God is necessary for that fact.
Okay, here's a fact. Bachelors are unmarried men.
Okay, so.
Do you agree that's a fact?
Well, yeah, it's
a true statement.
It's not a fact. No.
It's not a fact?
No.
It's either true or it's false.
Well, it's true, but it's not a fact.
Well, what's the difference between something that's true and something that's a fact?
Well, that would be like a definitional truth. It's not like a fact of the world.
Is it a fact of the world that bachelors are unmarried men?
No, it's definitionally true.
Yeah, it's analytically true.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Right.
So is your argument only for synthetic truths?
Well, that's what I was talking about when I'm talking about facts. But no, even like an analytic, even to say like a bachelor is an unmarried man, that would require God.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
Well, you're predicating. You're saying A is B.
Wait, is this the argument?
Yeah. So to predicate, that's a vertical claim. So you would have to defend like how can you?
I'm not asking for you to tell me what I need to defend. I'm asking for your argument. So what's P1 of the argument?
The argument that what?
Your argument. You just said that all facts aren't. God is necessary for all facts.
Right.
Okay, and all analytic truths.
I could say
God is necessary for analytic truth. So what are the premises that we would agree are going to lead?
I could say
deductively to that conclusion.
I could say like premise one, to know anything, someone must know everything.
To know anything, you must know everything?
No, someone must know everything.
Someone must to know anything, someone must know anything? To know anything, you have I heard you. I just can't believe how that's your premise.
Premise one, there has to be an omniscient being to know for anyone to know anything.
Okay, so let's break that down. Okay, so let's say
down.
All right, let's say there's an agent S.
Yeah.
Agent S knows that all bachelors are unmarried men.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Why does he, if he knows that, right? If I know P, the proposition, S knows P.
Yeah.
Okay. So he has a belief and it's true and it's justified. Why must someone else know something else for him to know that?
Because there could be unknown knowledge that exists that you're already.
Then he wouldn't know it. You already stipulated that S knows P.
Are you going to listen or are you going to just talk over me while I'm giving you the answer?
But do you understand what I'm asking you though?
Are you going to listen? Or are you going to talk over me while I'm answering your dumb question? You
Not a
stupid
dumb
idiot.
question. All right, go ahead.
Okay. If there exists knowledge out there that you don't know, then there's potential knowledge that could undermine everything you know to be true. So you would have no there would be nothing to assure you that you have a coherent framework for knowledge.
Yeah, I don't accept that claim.
Oh, maybe I could dumb it down for you. Okay, think about a jigsaw puzzle, right? So if you had a jigsaw puzzle, but you're missing pieces to the jigsaw puzzle, you could interpret the picture that the puzzle's trying to show you, right?
That's not analogous to what we're talking about.
It is
though.
totally analogous because if your
How?
knowledge is fragmented, like the puzzle, if the puzzle's fragmented, you can misinterpret the big picture.
I don't know what it means to have knowledge that's fragmented.
It means
If I
that
know, listen, hold on, if I know P, okay, I have a justified true belief. Do you agree?
Only if there's an omniscient entity in your system that can ensure coherence.
Well, so on your view of knowledge isn't just, it's not good enough just to know, to have a justified true belief. That's on my view. On my view, knowledge
that
is
is good
justified.
enough. But you wouldn't have a justified true belief. That's
Why wouldn't I have a justified true belief? If I know P,
you don't have anything to guarantee a coherent framework for knowledge.
well, yeah, it's called a justification.
You don't have a coherent framework for knowledge because if there's no omniscient entity in your system, then there could exist knowledge that would undermine everything you believe is true.
No, my belief is that a bachelor is an unmarried male.
Good for you.
And it's analytically true. So we both agree it's true. And I have a justification because
You don't have a justification.
yeah, it's definitional.
Okay,
That's the justification. So I have a belief that's true and I have a justification.
Listen, you don't have a justification.
Why is that not a justification?
Because if there is knowledge that I don't know. I feel like I know.
I feel like you're trying to parrot something you've heard, but you don't really know what the hell you're talking
I
about.
do know what I'm talking about. It's skepticism.
You don't.
It is. It's basically you don't have a defeater for skepticism. That's what I'm talking about. I can make skeptical arguments and defeat your knowledge. You can't defeat skepticism, can you?
Why would I accept that I'm skeptical about having knowledge?
Can you defeat skepticism?
Skepticism about what?
The brain in the vat. Can you prove you're not a brain in the vat?
Why are we talking about a brain in that? We're talking about knowledge claims.
Because that's a skeptical argument.
A brain in the vat is not an argument.
Thanks for coming.
Dipshit. You got fucking owned again.
I did. Yeah. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. I love how these people just refuse to listen to what I say. It's great.
Yeah, I was wondering what you wanted to talk about. We could
Well, I have
continue down this line of the transcendental argument, or I wanted to ask, how old is the Earth?
Well, I don't really argue the age of the Earth, but I'm a young Earth creationist.
But you don't want to argue that.
Well, I mean, I don't like. I just believe. I would just argue that the Bible is true. So I don't really like argue. I don't like. Not really interested in arguing science because arguing science I think is kind of dumb.
We can disagree about that and move on. That's fine. We could keep talking about the transcendental argument if you'd like.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so to continue off what that last guy said.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry. Let's just start over. Could you explain to me your argument?
Well, the first thing you got to understand is that everybody has a first principle which they use to describe reality. Atheists have a first principle. Buddhists have a first principle. Christians have a first principle. And so that first principle is how we evaluate evidence. And
Right.
so we can't, if we disagree about first principles, then me like giving you evidence isn't going to do anything because you interpret evidence through your first principle. So
Right.
I think God is a first principle and he's the necessary first principle to understand reality. And so I'd argue that like only Christians have a coherent starting point for knowledge or metaphysics, and any other starting point leads to like absurdity or incoherence.
So, when you're talking about understanding reality, you're talking about reality as it is manifest, not like
No,
synthetic truths, correct?
no. I'm talking about reality apart from human perception. So reality as it is, unbiased.
How do we have access to reality as it is?
See, I don't think we do unless God reveals knowledge to. God has access to reality, and then God can give us knowledge about reality. And if we don't accept that, what we call revelation, then you have no basis to talk about reality. So that's kind of like my argument that only Christians are realists. You have to be a Christian to be a realist.
I don't think that's true.
But you know you don't have access to reality, right?
I have access to some realities, just myself.
Well, no, you have phenomena. Phenomena is not reality.
Yeah. No, phenomenon is reality manifest to me.
No, it's your it is your perception of yeah, but it's not your perception isn't the same thing as reality because your brain
Correct.
distorts it.
Correct.
Right. So that's a problem because we need to know what reality truly is apart from our minds like putting structures on the world that don't exist, like colors.
Well, colors do exist.
No, they don't. That's one of the things that our mind imposes upon the world.
So it's phenomenon, but it's probably emergent
Well,
from the noumena of the object that we're
well,
looking at.
no. Like frequencies, light waves exist, but they're not. There's no color to them. Your mind puts a color on them.
Okay. I suppose that's true, but then how does presupposing God help anything?
Because if we accept God's revelation, God can give us knowledge about reality. So like I can know that the external world is physical because that's revealed in the Bible, and I'd be justified because that knowledge comes from God. Whereas you have no idea if the external world is like a physical or a mental substance, and
I have
that's
just as much evidence as you. Because
no, you don't.
you're telling me that you read in the Bible that God is truth, God created reality, something along those lines, and therefore you can trust your senses. But at some point, you still needed to read the Bible,
Yeah.
so that
But
just moves the problem one step further. How do you
no,
know that those words were the actual words on the page? You know, you
well,
had to trust your senses.
yeah, but yeah, chronologically, I have to start with myself and my senses in a chronological sense. But like logically speaking, God is logical priority. God is the foundation. So you're kind of like conflating chronological priority with logical priority.
Sense perception comes before any belief in God. I'd wager for
No,
anyone.
no. Well,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, but there's a difference between so yeah, I start with my consciousness. That's my starting. But then my ultimate starting point is God.
Your logical starting point.
Um, yeah, like God would be the most foundation. God creates the universe, so He's the start of everything. He's
So
ultimate.
if he's the logical foundation, there is no prior logic that supports that belief.
Well, we wouldn't. God isn't like proven with logic. God is proven as like necessary for the logic. So God is like prior to God is what makes logic possible.
So it sounds like you just used logic there to say that God comes before logic, which is just
Um,
another way of shifting the problem, similar to trusting your senses and reading the Bible.
Logic would be like a reflection of the mind of God.
How do you know that?
That's what the how the system. That's my metaphysics. So we
So you
would
just
know.
believe that?
No, we know it because it's revealed
Like, how is it revealed?
in the
Like,
Bible, the prophets.
but you have to then trust your senses to read the Bible.
But again, that's chronological priority as opposed to logical priority. So I can trust my senses because they're designed by God. Where like you can't trust your senses because your senses are the product of like evolution. You see the difference?
Yeah, but my worldview is then going to lead to more accurate assessments about my perception.
No.
So if I believe that my perception was shaped by evolutionary forces and I see something that, like, I don't know, just like some optical illusion, I could be like, hey, yeah, my brain's tricking me because I just, I have this dumb little machine that is the product of evolution. Whereas you have to be consistent in your worldview. You'd say you would have to trust your perception, correct?
No, we would just say that it's like reliable. We would understand there's like illusions and stuff. Everyone has to trust their senses. You can't say my senses are unreliable. Even we know that there's like we can be deceived. But you couldn't if you don't trust your senses, then that would make knowledge impossible. So we can't deny our senses.
I agree with that to an extent. We should trust our senses, but only to an extent.
Well, you have to. You can't deny your senses. But then it's like it makes sense if God designs my senses and he designs the world. He can design everything to match and be accurate. Like the mental categories correspond to the physical categories. Whereas if you're just the product of evolution, like why should you think your mental categories correspond to your physical categories? There's no reason to think that. You could evolve inaccurate sense data.
And we do oftentimes.
No, but I mean, like, totally. There's no reason to think your sense data tracks at all, is accurate at all. Whereas, like, it makes sense if God designs my sense data to think that would ensure that it's reliable.
I think the explanation from evolution makes more sense here.
It's
You have
not
to
an
trust
explanation.
your sense data to survive. And
Yes.
to some extent, that sense data needs to correspond with the actual world.
But inaccurate sense data could help you survive better. So then you would have evolved inaccurate sense data.
Yep, I agree with you. And oftentimes we receive inaccurate sense data.
Well, then that's not an explanation. Then that's why you lose.
So evolution does both things. It prioritizes sense data that would help you survive, and then de-emphasizes or distorts sense data that is not necessary. So, for example, like seeing your nose, like you always see your nose, but your mind just removes it because it's not necessary for survival.
I'm not sure, dude, but you're kind of ignoring my critique that evolution doesn't select for truth; it selects for survival.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying too.
Well, then
So it's true that you can
doesn't
always see
explain.
your nose
But
if
that
you like
doesn't.
choose to.
But we have to explain that our sense data is reliable, and if survivability doesn't explain that, so that's not an explanation. You have to rely on the Christian God.
So evolution explains sense data both deceiving and giving you accurate information about the world, depending on what it is.
Dude, we just went over that it doesn't. You agree with me
What
that
part of that claim is incorrect?
you agree that evolution selects for survivability, not for truth. You agree.
Yes, and same with our perception. Our
No,
perception isn't always true.
no, but it's not always true, but it's reliable. But because evolution doesn't select for reliability, it selects for survivability. It doesn't explain why our senses are reliable.
Because part of being able to survive is being able to rely on your senses for some things. For some things.
No, it's not. That's a lie.
What do you mean? If there's like a something hunting you, you need to be able to trust your eyes to see it. Is why we have pattern recognition the way we do.
It doesn't. No. there wouldn't even be patterns. Like you wouldn't. Why would there be patterns in a world without intention? It doesn't make sense.
Because if you can recognize the pattern of that big cat in the grass looking at you, you're more likely to survive.
But the fact that there's patterns proves God. Because in a world without any guiding force or intention, there's no reason why properties would like go together and function together.
So are you saying that when we identify a pattern, be it like a cat in a bush, that there needs to be a God? I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost on your argument at this point. Does your argument have to do with the perception of patterns or patterns themselves?
Both. Well, the patterns themselves, and then our language. Like when we talk about the world, we talk about like there's inherent connections between objects, patterns. But there can only be inherent connections if there's like an intentional force making it that way, connecting them together.
The intentional force is our mind.
Well, then everything you say isn't real.
No.
Yeah. Because when you talk, the words presuppose inherent connections. So if the connections aren't real and they're just made up by our minds, then everything you say is like a fantasy. It's a fiction.
The words themselves are fiction.
Yeah. But like, I'm a realist, so I like to think that my words refer to something real in the world. Whereas if the patterns aren't real, then your words don't refer to anything real.
Well, the pattern itself isn't real. That's
Well, that's a
filter
huge
that we apply
problem.
to the world.
That's a huge problem. That means there's no reference when you're talking about things in the world. There's no referent to it, which means you're not talking about anything.
So again, when you see a cat in some grass, there's a pattern that your mind is
There's no
applying
such thing
to
as a
it,
cat.
but there is a physical reality that has nothing
But
to
you're-
do with patterns.
No, a cat is a type of a pattern. And if patterns don't exist, then cats don't exist. That's the absurdity of what you're saying.
That's backwards logic.
It's not backwards logic. It's your position. You're saying the patterns aren't real, that our human mind imposes the patterns. That means cats don't exist, dude.
No.
Yes.
A category that we apply to something doesn't mean that category and those members of it aren't real.
Yes, it does, because the category is not real. So when you talk about the cat, which is a category, it's not real. So you're not talking about anything real. Now you're just talking about like Superman and Goku and stuff.
So the category is made up, but the individual is real. Like there are atoms there, shaped like what we are calling a
You're not
cat.
getting it. But if the category is not real, then what we're talking about isn't a cat. It's just a particular instantiation of like a living organism that has no relation to anything else.
It has relations to other groups of atoms, but we can group those atoms however we want. We can, go up and down like the species gene.
My brother in
gene.
chemicals. Yeah. The chemicals told me they're chemicals.
Well, we have infinite ways of grouping things. Some are more useful, some are less useful, but the things inside those groupings are real. The categories that
Yeah,
we
but if the
suppose onto
group
them.
the group is real too. If the group's not real, then then when you talk about the cat, you're not talking about anything real. Because there are no cats. You're not getting this?
So if humans just went away, we would no longer have the category of cats, but there'd still be the individual cats.
I don't agree with that.
No one would be there to call them cats. Like
Why?
these are just like arbitrary lines that we draw between things, like such as colors. Like there are objective wavelengths coming off of things, but we have just subjectively drawn divisions, or not subjectively, arbitrarily drawn divisions.
Okay, but do you think there are that necessary truths exist? By necessary, I mean like true in all possible worlds.
I don't know if there are other possible worlds, but for the sake of argument, let's say yes. I think there are truths.
Necessary truths. Okay, and so since a truth isn't something like physical, right? Propositional, we're gonna need like a mind. So necessary truths are gonna require a necessary mind
Why?
because truths are propositions, and propositions aren't physical; they're mental, they're thoughts. So necessary truths require necessary mind. That necessary mind is God. There you go.
Give me a second to think about that.
There's no getting out of it.
Okay. So, in the possible world of just an atom existing,
Oh my God.
there's a truth to that, but
You're a sophist, bro. You're a sophist. In the world where there is just one atom and that is all there is, then you can have intelligibility and no Christianity. Welcome, Ferris.
Yo, so you keep throwing this word out here, truth, and you refuse to define it. And you're trying to argue that
I'll
a
define
cat
it
is
right
not a
now.
thing if the pattern is not a thing. Well, bro, you got to define what the truth is first because you keep mixing up the object that we're talking about and our label for it. The two are separate nouns.
You want like the theory of truth, or do you want like the ontology of truth?
I don't know what you want to sit here and lecture on ontology of truth. Define the word truth in the context of your statement, which was
You don't know what the definition of truth is.
then stop using the word.
Are you fucking serious?
I don't know. You don't get to play like you're being purposely obtuse. In the context of your argument, you keep switching the word truth in for a different word and then you keep not defining either of them. You can't. That's not anything.
I made
several
several
argument.
arguments. I made several arguments. He didn't respond to any of the arguments with any coherence.
Well, look, it comes down to you keep using these fallacies and then talking over
Okay,
the
but
correct
you're
answer.
talking. Give me a substantive critique. You're just talking in generalities. I can't respond to generalities.
Atheism is the only rational because
No.
you were born atheist. Somebody has to teach you that Christianity exists.
So, if baby thinks it's true, then it's true in virtue of baby.
No. You don't see. This is what you misunderstand. Atheism is not a belief. It is the absence of belief.
It's an ontological claim.
That's false.
It's not false. You don't know what
That
you're
is
talking
false.
about.
Define ontological, fool.
Existence, the study of existence.
Right.
Right, and there's either in existence a creator-creature distinction or not.
Say that again.
There is either ontologically a creator-creature distinction or not.
The creator, if it exists at all, sure, can be distinct from what it creates. That's true of any artist and any subject. What's your point?
Atheism does not accept the creator-creature distinction. So that would be, guess what?
Yes, because there is no creator.
That's an ontological claim. That's a
False.
claim about existence. How is
you
that
cannot
false?
prove that there is a God. Therefore, the truth is that there is no gods until you are able to prove their existence, not the other way around.
Well, is it your position that objects exist independently of God? Is that your position?
No, my position is God does not exist. All objects exist independently of everything, and all objects exist as a part of one cohesive whole simultaneously. That's called quantum reality.
What's the evidence that anything can exist independent of God?
It does exist.
What's the evidence that anything can exist independent of God?
This is a problematic argument because you are automatically assuming that the God exists. You first have to prove that God exists for that assumption to work.
Dude, this is your position.
No, that is not my position.
Okay, do you think things exist with dependence on God?
I don't believe a God exists. So yes,
Okay, so
nothing exists on a dependence for God.
So newsflash, your position is things can exist independently of God. Now defend that.
God does not exist. Therefore, things, yes. The truth is, the reality is that everything exists independent of God, period.
This is really embarrassing for you. You have no defense for your position. So, like, I'll give you one more chance to defend your position.
I literally just agreed with you, asshole.
You can't defend your position? So then it's
No.
irrational.
You need to first prove that God exists in order to assume that it is there to be separate from in the first place. You cannot assume that God is there to be separate from until you first prove that God is there.
No, but it's you have to prove your position.
No, if you make the claim that God exists, the burden of proof lies on you to prove he exists.
No, but we both have a burden.
False. You made the claim that God exists. That means you need to prove it first.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
May God have mercy on your soul, Ferris. And I already talked to you, William. We already talked, man.
Well, I got another thing. I want to talk about a separate issue.
Okay.
It's one of your bulletins, actually. Wait, I would like to start off by saying, respectfully, I don't want you to end it, but the last guy owned you, obviously. But that we can leave that there. So,
I'd like you to defend his position.
oh, well, just like, so I don't want to get hung up on this because I actually really do want to talk about the other issue.
You should have brought it up, man, because I'm not going to let that go.
Oh, no, I'm going to answer your question. I was just prefacing with the fact that I do want to get to the second thing, so I don't want you to, like, kick me after I, defend him. I want to get to the second thing at some point. But, yeah, just basically the reason why he's undeniably right is the burden of proof is on you. Like, you made the claim. That's just how debates work. Like, it's just the simple format of logic and reason.
No, because he was arguing that atheism is irrational. He was arguing that it's not irrational.
I think he was arguing that it's more rational because that's the set of beliefs that
he had a burden, so you're wrong.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree since
you're just wrong. Whatever, move on.
Okay, so second thing, you keep saying people look dumb when you do stuff like that. That doesn't look good on you. But here's the issue. So number 5, science is a theistic concept. That's just false. Like, theistic implies the creation of a god. Like, the half of that word is the. It comes from theo, which is like a word for a god. So, well, who is the god of this scientific religion, may I ask, that would cause it to then be theistic?
Well, I say it's because it relies on the Christian God.
How does science rely on the Christian God? Like, where's your proof for that statement?
Well, because the idea of science is that nature is like rational in the sense that there's like this coherent pattern which we could understand with our mind, and so that's called science has been built up along the principle of the uniformity of nature, and it's a principle which science can't prove or demonstrate, and no one can demonstrate it to anyone who questions it, because any attempt to demonstrate the uniformity of nature end up begging the question. So I'm arguing that the existence of the God of Christian theism and the conception of his council as controlling all things in the universe is the only explanation which can account for the uniformity of nature, which the scientist needs.
Okay, so would it be okay if I gave you an example of uniformity in nature and then you explain then how for that to be true there has to be a God?
Well, it's just really simple. Like you would need empirical proof or rational proof that the future resembles the past, but there's no empirical or rational proof. There's only revelational proof.
Okay, well, I can give you a way the future resembles the past, and like very easily is that you can go to Antarctica and you can chip away a piece of ice that could be 1 million years old, and each one of those molecules of H2O that make up that ice will have the same amount of hydrogen and oxygen that a piece of water from today would have. So, water from 1 million years ago and water from today is made up of two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen atom per molecule, and that's just consistent. That's the same. So you said there's no, but we have carbon dating as well to tell when things are from. So we like there's plenty of examples of like something being true in history as well as now. Like
It's
how
begging the
the
question. You're begging the question. That's
begging a question means asking a question. So what question am I asking?
circular. You're doing circular reasoning. It's fallacious reasoning.
How is that circular reasoning?
You're assuming the thing we're trying to prove. You're just assuming the thing's true that I'm asking you to prove.
No, you said that there can be no uniformity in nature without God. So I'm showing you an example of
Your
uniformity.
examples are assuming, not proving.
What are so calm down, little boy, first of all. What am I assuming?
Never request to come up here. Piece of crap. Welcome.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I want to get on to number three, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So, what are you saying with this? That the Bible never condemned slavery, condoned it, or
It does condemn slavery, and
condemns?
yes, the Bible condemns slavery.
Okay, so I'm a Christian. Just want to make that real quick. But I used to get onto these lives as well, and I would just like to start off with Leviticus 25:44. If
Oh,
we can read that real quick, maybe.
well, I know what it says. So when we're talking about Leviticus 25, we're not talking about like ethical law codes. We're talking about a socioeconomic institution. So this is
Which
just,
is slavery by definition.
it's not,
Because the in Leviticus it condones two types of slavery. It condones foreign chattel slaves and indentured servitude. Indentured servitude was only reserved for
but
your
nobody,
Hebrew residents, because
but,
there's laws that they can only be servants for 7 years, then they must be let go. And chattel slavery was reserved for your foreign of other clans.
there was no chattel slavery. That's a lie.
Okay.
There
There's
were,
two types of slavery in Leviticus
excuse
25:44.
excuse me, there's no chattel slavery because that word that's used to the word slave, that's a Hebrew word, is aved, right?
I bet, which is yeah.
Okay, and when we see aved used and when they're talking about the Jews in Egypt, they put context around the word, like words like bitter and harsh, so that you knew it was like forced confinement and forced labor, right?
Mm.
But where there's no context in Leviticus 25 to suggest that this was like some oppressive or like they're forced to do things or they're owned like chattel. There's no context for that.
Okay, I think we're at it. Okay, I think our understanding of slavery is obviously from the Southern slavery that we think it's harsh and it's forced, when in reality, a lot of those laws were from the Old Testament. But my point is that
Stop.
there's two
Stop.
distinct.
Stop.
Oh my gosh.
You're
All
talking
right.
to look. You're talking to someone who's
Okay, wait, dude,
researched.
I'm not
Look.
mad. Okay.
You're talking to someone who's researched this topic. I went and looked at the arguments the slaveholders in America made. Do you think they cited Leviticus 25? No, never. They appealed to something called the curse of Ham, which is a racist doctrine that says like
Yeah,
people of a certain
with
skin tone.
Noah and he cursed his son. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Right.
a debunked racist doctrine. They understood the difference between Leviticus 25 and what they were doing. This is not at all comparable.
I understand. I'm just saying, before you kick me out or you get mad or anything like that, Leviticus 25:44. If you can put it up for me, because I can't leave the live here, it's gonna like cut my mic or something. But there's a distinction from
I
foreign,
understand that.
from the foreign nations that you can get,
I
and the
understand that.
indentured service, which is reserved for Hebrews, and they must be let go after 7 years. But it literally says You can't. The residents you get from the foreign nations, they can't. Yeah, they can't be free. That's not what I said. Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah, yeah. Don't you think that's what you're describing sounds oppressive?
Well, I'm not describing it. I'm just reading what the verse says,
Right.
and I'm not
And
adding.
your
I'm not tinting.
interpretation, you're interpreting that to be oppressive, right? Is
No,
that
I'm not. I'm just reading it to you. What it says.
dude? Do you think what's going on there is oppressive to foreigners?
If there's laws protecting them, then I guess not. But I'm just saying slavery is owning someone and taking their labor, even if it's
Owning
oppressive or
someone
not.
is that's oppression. Isn't it not
So,
oppression? That's
so when
oppression.
it says to take from the foreigners and
Answer
to
my
keep them for life,
question. Is it oppressive to own someone?
yeah.
Okay, now what does Leviticus 19:33 say? When a
If,
foreigner resides with you in your land, you must not oppress him.
okay, can you pull up Leviticus 25:44?
I know we all know what that says. I know
Why
what you're
can't you pull
talking
it
about.
up? Why can't you pull it up?
Why do we? Because I don't have it. I don't have a picture of it. This fucking guy, dude. Piece of crap. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? You're an adult, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah, it sucks.
Hey, so like, what's up with 4? Like, that's kind of a crazy thing to say.
No, because I believe that humans are made in the image of God, and all human life has value. It doesn't matter your location or if you're a zygote or whatever.
Wait, zygote's funny. But like, hey, I respect that opinion that like, using God to defend that, but like, at the end of the day, what my argument is that it shouldn't affect, my rights because, if I don't agree with your, religious beliefs, I don't think it should affect my right to get an abortion,
Right. And that's I think that's messed up because you're sacrificing a preborn baby to a false idol of like your rights. And do you even think?
Whoa. So I don't have rights anymore. Okay, go on.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. Like, what the
Spooky
hell?
scary.
What the hell are human rights without God? Are you a Christian?
Hey, so no.
Yeah. So exactly, there are no human rights. That's just something you make up. So for your
But you
main
also made up God. Like, it's not.
no, God
I love the little no.
God revealed Himself to humans in history. I didn't make that up.
In history,
Mhm.
like what? Like when? Like,
Like the
he said,
prop.
like, hey guys, I'm here. What's up? Like, let's
Well,
party.
He's God. God is obvious. Like His invisible qualities are obvious. Everyone knows God exists. Some people just suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
And everyone like knows science exists, but like some people, they say like, oh, it's not.
Well, they don't. They treat science because they've rejected God. Then science becomes their God, and they treat science like it's the absolute truth. And the scientist is like the
Well,
new.
why do you treat God like it's the absolute truth of
That's
science?
what God is. Science isn't the absolute truth. Science is supposed to be about always asking questions and never coming to like an absolute truth. But whereas in religion, we get absolute truth from the source of absolute truth, God.
Whoa. Like, okay, I just think like it definitely like should be a separation of church and state because
Me too.
I like that you think that and I like that you have your beliefs, but I think that, it shouldn't impact the way that I live my life on a day-to-day basis.
I agree. And we also have to think of the rights of the preborn baby, right? Your
Yeah, but
bodily
we also have to think about my right as like a human being.
yeah, but your rights shouldn't impact others, including the preborn baby.
Yeah, but it's like not a baby.
Okay, but that's the same argument that slave holders they would say that people of a certain skin color are not humans, and that was their argument.
Yeah, but those people are like already birthed. So it's kind of a different story.
Right, but when you allow people to arbitrarily decide who is and who isn't human, that's bad. Someone could decide you're not a human someday and be like, "Oh, we don't need old people. Old people aren't humans," and then they just get rid of you.
Yeah, and I get that, but like, at the end of the day, I just really think it's crazy that like that specific, you know, because that's an opinion you have. That's an opinion that, you know, what abortion is a child sacrifice. And, you know, I don't think that that should be impacting the way.
Okay, well, when you violate the rights of preborn babies, don't be upset when someone violates your rights in the future, okay? Because you're asking.
Whoa. But they like, they can't just say like, oh no, not my rights. Like they kind of can't say anything.
Rights. Right. That's why I have to be here to. They don't have a voice, so that's why I'm here to tell people. Look, this is Schmurder, and Schmurder is wrong. I don't
So you
care.
think like also like men ejaculating is murder because, you know, there's like sperm in there.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh.
That was inappropriate. Inappropriate. Well, I just don't want to get banned. Welcome, Mojo.
I just want to say, I want to start off by saying I love the content, and number two, I got in here 3 times. You tiny dick loser, you can't debate me for shit. Fuck you.
All right, man. I'm glad you like it.
That's right, you fucking fag. I'm the same kid from before. I got in here 3 times. I'll get in here a million times. You can't fucking stop me. You said I was never getting back in here. It's been 10 minutes. I'm back.
How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? Welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? You're the Karen Christian, right?
I just wonder why you and Darth are so
Why are you so
lacking
mean?
of the fruit and spirit.
Yeah, we're so mean. I don't know, man.
No,
Maybe.
it's not that you're mean. It's just that you don't follow the biblical commands of Scripture.
No, I know. Well, I have a different view on that, right?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I believe in an ethics of freedom. I don't believe in traditional ethics. So our actions aren't just about following rules, they're also about freedom to make choices in our lives. So with
Right, and you're choosing to disobey.
well, I view Christ's work as an inspiration, not a strict blueprint. And I see Christ like using insults when he's talking to like self-righteous, sanctimonious people. So I think like
Right, but you don't have the authority of Christ. You follow what Christ commands of you, right?
again, Christ gives me the personal choice in how I live my life. I don't have to.
That's not so you're saying because Christ gives you the personal choice, that's an excuse why you can behave poorly?
Yeah, I can respond freely to God's call.
Right. But you ought not to. You ought to respond as Jesus commands you, and you ought not to respond as he doesn't command you, right?
Again, I believe in ethics of freedom. Okay.
No, I understand your framework, but I'm saying within that framework, you ought to follow the commandments of God because that's the right thing to do.
No, there's no unbroken continuity between what Christ did and what we do. So we don't just follow Christ's example exactly. We
No,
have freedom
you,
in how we live and make ethical decisions. So our actions aren't just determined by what Christ did. We have freedom to choose how to live based on our own understanding of God's love and freedom.
well,
And
well, what?
I apologize if like I'm a stumbling block to your path, but you should just stop watching me and Darth if it's that big of a deal.
Well, you're influencing a lot of people, and you're. I mean, so what do you do with passages when Jesus or the apostles just directly say, as a Christian, you ought to be this way? What do you do with those passages?
I don't believe there's any passage that has some sort of universal application like that. I just don't. I don't believe in those kind of ethics. I think we're to use that like God puts his unconditional love in our hearts and we reveal that love, we share that love with others. And have you ever heard of tough love?
That's not a biblical. I mean, yeah, that's a cultural concept.
So with tough love, sometimes we're stern or harsh with the intent to help them in the long run, right?
Right. So I think there's a difference between being stern and tough and then being immature
Okay.
and cruel.
Would you agree that a lot of the guests we have exhibit undesirable behavior?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, in that instance, when people are doing undesirable behavior, it can be helpful long term to be very stern and harsh.
You're not stern and harsh. You're just like immature and childish. That's the difference.
Okay.
Like there's plenty of content creators, like Christian ones, that are stern and harsh, and they're very clear about what's sin, and they rebuke people, but they're not like childish, screaming, cussing, and like making insults. They're just to the point. They're harsh with what they're saying, but they're not like losing control because they have like deep-seated anger issues and are socially isolated, you know?
Sure. Well, I can't speak for Darth, but like I'm trying to like entertain people, and if I just sit here and like purely edifying with like philosophy, I'm gonna bore people to tears. So I consider the insults and like comedy, it's sort of like the spice, right? And I think that's important for entertainment value to throw in some like funny insults and humor along with the edification. So
Well, I mean, yeah, no, it is definitely funny when people curse others out and scream. It's
right.
still like you could sin is sometimes funny. Do you agree? Like have you watched like R-rated raunchy comedies where they're doing awful stuff and explicit stuff and it's funny?
Sure. Do you think it's
You think
wrong to
that's
make people laugh? Is that wrong?
if you're sinning while doing it, then yeah.
You're sinning while doing it. How can you sin? If you're trying to make someone laugh, what's your intention there? Isn't that a good intention?
Yeah, if you the means it's not the system the Bible uses isn't a means to end it. There's that one verse where it says like if I speak in the tongues of angels and have all knowledge but not love, basically my religion is worthless. So like scripture says that like even if you like technically say the right thing or have the right intention, if you don't speak it in love, you're basically damned to hell.
Sure, but the scripture also says you could act in the right way, but if you have the wrong intention, for example, Jesus says like, maybe you don't schmurder your brother, but in your heart you want to schmurder your brother. Well, the desire, Jesus said the desire to schmurder your brother is just as bad as the act of schmurdering your brother.
Right. Right. So on both accounts, in order to be like truly
So,
faithful, you should be do your best to have your
well,
thoughts and
but
your actions be aligned.
is it not the case that if it is my intention in my heart that I love God and I love others and I'm here to like make people laugh because when people laugh, it brightens their day. They're not thinking about their problems in their life, and it that I think that can be a loving act to try to make someone laugh. So what's wrong with
Well,
that?
I mean, so I would defer to like Matthew where it says a good tree can't bear bad fruit. So if you're bearing bad fruit, regardless of your intention, then that's like,
What am I doing that's so bad?
well, you're just not acting in accordance with the fruit of the spirit, which is like the one thing that
What am I
what?
doing that's harmful to people?
Oh, well, you're not displaying the fruit of the spirit.
Am I harming anyone?
Yes.
How am I harming anyone?
Because the tongue is sharper than a two-edged sword.
How am I harming anyone?
Because the tongue is sharper than the edge of a two-edged sword.
I'm not hearing a clear answer. How am I
Because
harming anyone?
biblically, your words harm others if you're
How am
if
I
you're harsh and
harming?
cruel.
How am I
Because
harming?
your words harm
I'm not
people.
hearing an answer. I'm not hearing an answer.
I just answered. Your
How am
words
I
harm
harming?
people.
But how?
Because they're not uplifting and they degrade people often and they're cruel.
So words harm people.
Yeah, there's like dozens of Bible verses that say that.
People who think that words harm people, have you ever gotten punched in the face? Like, what is? How can you say words harm people? Unreal. Unreal. See, that guy needs like someone firm, like a firm male role model. Because I watched, to be a good leader, you have to be firm with men, and that's what I like about Darth. Darth is very firm. That's how you have to deal with these young adolescent males who think they know everything. You have to be firm with them. And I'm sorry, it might look mean. Maybe you guys don't like it, but there's no other way. Darth is very firm. Yes. I can read you guys. I have notes on how to be a good leader. I'll read you guys my notes. Because did you know the system doesn't want leaders, right? The system wants followers. So people these days don't even know what it means to be a leader. They're totally lost in the follower sauce. Here's my notes, okay? This is actually any young men out there, women like a leader, okay? So this is the attributes of leadership. Remember, women love a good leader. Oh, someone's requesting. What's up, Matt?
What's up?
What'd you like to say?
Are you familiar with 2 Timothy chapter 2, verses 22 through 26?
Let me think. Look it up.
I can read it. I got it pulled up.
Okay, you can read it. What is it again? 2 Peter?
2 Timothy chapter 2, 22 through 26.
Okay, go for it.
So it says, flee the evil desires of youth and pursue righteousness, faith, love, and peace, along with those who call on the Lord out of pure heart. Don't have anything to do with foolish and stupid arguments, because you know they produce quarrels. And Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but must be kind to everyone, able to teach, not resentful. Opponents must be gently instructed in the hope that God will grant them the repentance, leading them to acknowledge truth, and that they will come to their senses and escape from the trap of the devil, who has taken them captive to do his will.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel like that applies to like your prior discussion about how you guys treat people in the live?
I would say that would line up with how we act.
So you think you are being gentle?
Yes.
Okay, so calling people names, belittling them, is gentle instruction.
Let's see here.
I mean, don't be quarrelsome, be kind to everyone, be able to teach, not resentful.
Well, but see, what I'm doing here is like a debate. So this is kind of like different because
but the debates turn into quarrels, and you're based off of this instruction, which you're also using this as the source for your presuppositions. It's telling you not to do that. So it kind of feels like you're cherry picking here a little bit.
I'm not really seeing what you're saying here.
So don't be quarrelsome. I'm just rehashing. Don't be quarrelsome. Be gentle.
You're taking this out of context.
But it's not out of context.
It is. But it is.
How?
Because Paul is instructing Timothy on how to like deal with people in the church.
No, it's saying to the opponents and non-believers.
Let's see here. No, it just says opponents.
Well, what would you classify as an opponent?
Like if two people in the church have a disagreement, then
that's not what it says here.
Yes, it does.
Don't have anything to do with foolish and stupid arguments, because you know they produce quarrels. So where is it talking about
among the brethren? This is among the brethren.
Where does it say that? Give me the verse where it says brethren.
The context.
Let's say context. You can't say context without telling me where it's talking about the audience.
So in what first?
So like at the verses ahead of it start talking about the dealing with false teachers.
Okay, so verse 2 or 2:22, right? So flee youthful passions and pursue righteousness, faith, love, and peace, along with those who call on the Lord from a pure heart. Along with those who call on the Lord from a pure heart.
Along with, that's not
You want to admit you're wrong?
That's
Along with those who call on the Lord from a pure heart.
along
So
with along with is not an
believers.
exclusive statement,
This is
Mars.
talking.
Along with. It says along with.
This is talking about fellow believers. This is
All
talking
right.
about
I
in
gotta go.
fellowship with other believers who are also committed to living in accord to God's standards. That's what that's referring to.
I disagree. All right, that's all I got. I gotta
You
run.
disagree, and you know.
We can disagree, and that's fine, Mars. It's
Do you have
okay.
a Bible scholar, or do you disagree based on what your opinion?
I'm no more a scholar than you are. Just sharing.
Well, I'm just showing how the words disagree with your stupid interpretation. So why are you so? Excuse me.
Be gentle, Mars. Be gentle.
Why are you so committed to stupidity?
Be gentle, Mars.
I just showed you were wrong, and you refuse to admit you're wrong.
No, I disagree.
If you could admit you're wrong, you would be a lot more intelligent. You're gonna be a dumbass your whole life if you can't admit you're wrong. You can laugh. I'm giving you good advice. Smart people admit they're wrong. Dumbasses never admit they're wrong. So there you go.
How gentle. All right. See you, bud.
Very gentle. What an idiot. Anyways. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, leadership, right? How do we be a good leader? So the attributes of leadership. You need professional knowledge and professional competence. And it has to be acquired the hard way through a lifetime of study. See that last guest? No professional competence or professional knowledge. Just, hey, I read this verse and I didn't pay much attention to what I was reading and I totally don't know what the hell I'm talking. See? Bad leadership. That's bad. We need professional knowledge and professional competence acquired through a lifetime of study. These people I debate, they don't study anything. What do they study? They don't even read, half these people. Okay, so a leader makes up his mind and stands by decision, right? Because even if you make a bad decision, it's better than not making a decision, right? Because if you go right and you're like, wait a second, right is not good, we should have gone left. You can course correct. But if you just stand there and don't do anything, nothing gets done. So sometimes it's better to make a decision that's wrong than to not make a decision, because you can always correct a bad decision. You can't correct inaction. So a good leader has a sense of justice, okay? People can accept punishment if others get punished for the same. But if people notice that you have favorites and you apply rules to person A and you don't apply rules to person B, you're going to lose your men. No one's going to follow you, okay? Also, if you promote someone who doesn't deserve to be promoted because of DEI, guess what? People aren't going to respect that person, and they aren't going to respect you and your leadership. So, no favoritism. A leader must be impartial. If you show favoritism as a leader, you're done. No one will respect you. Moral courage. The ability to stand up for what you think is right, irrespective of what your colleagues and superiors think, right? A yes man is useless. He will be used by superiors and disliked by peers, and his subordinates will not respect him. Do not be a yes man. Stand for what you believe in as a leader. Physical courage, okay? We all have fear, okay? You're not going to be immune to fear as a leader. If someone says they don't fear anything, they're lying. Okay? But as a leader, you must not show fear. So you just got to act, you got to kind of lie a little bit. But it's good because it's like what did Plato call? There's like benevolent lies. What do you call them? God, I can't remember now. Like a virtuous fiction or something. Because like if you're the people you're leading, they see fear in you, that is bad overall. It's good to tell a little white lie in this situation, and you do not show fear. You're never afraid as a leader. Loyalty. If you expect loyalty from people following you, You need to give loyalty. You don't abandon people, right? You go back every last man, right? And you must remember that leadership is management of men and resources. Fundamentally, that's what leadership is. As a leader, you manage men and your resources. And men must be dealt with firmly. As a leader, you must be firm, because if you are not firm, men will not respect you. Discipline, a code of conduct for living in society. A good leader exhibits discipline. Character, knowing yourself, knowing who you really are. Okay? That is a good leader. No, I'm reading from my notes. I wrote notes on how to be a good leader. I'm right. Am I not? Is that not what I said true? Everything I just said there's true. True as hell. True, true, true. Just like my topics, right? Okay, we're reading on the ethics of freedom. What was that source of leadership? I did business degree and sounds like BS. Because you got indoctrinated, dude. You think they're gonna teach you how to be a leader in school? Yeah, right. I'm not an alpha male? Correct. I'm a beta male. Beta. Beta baby. Beta baby. That's funny. Thinking of a baby as a beta. Yeah, I'm a beta to Darth. Darth is alpha. You can't deny that Darth is alpha. He is alpha to the extreme. There's nothing wrong with being beta. You just don't want to be gamma, you know? The third attitude consists in resolute orientation to the world and involvement in it on the view that the work done in Jesus Christ concerns both our own lives and the life of the world. That a certain unity is established between these by this work. And that only along these lines can we live the Christian life in modern society, in involvements of politics and in the ethical options of our groups. In other words, unity is again the temptation. This time, however, it is not a biblically based unity producing a strict, theologically inferred ethics, but a secular unity which presupposes the renewal of the world by God's love, so that the incarnation of faith can be found in its works. I love the ethics of freedom. I don't know if you guys, I mean, I think a lot of Christians prefer the idea. I think my view is not very popular on this. I think Christians would prefer like to follow strict rules, like the 10 Commandments, as opposed to the ethics of freedom. But I just feel like love is something that we can't categorize or analyze into commandments, and that love takes the place of commandments, and that we have an obligation of love, not an obligation of commandments. So it's like a way of life where like you change on the inside and you want to love your neighbor and you want the best for everyone, even people who persecute you. Even the guy that comes up here and is like, you and Darth are mean and hurt my feelings. Your words are hurtful. You don't have to listen. This is like my live. You don't have. I'm not like harassing anyone. No one is forced to be here. Do they realize this? Why can't I do my thing in my own space? It's like they want to come into my space and tell me, like, I don't go to his house, I don't go to his live and go, hey, I don't like how you do your live. You gotta call people stupid more. You're not calling people stupid enough. Jesus would want you to be honest with people. You're lying, you're enabling their stupidity. I don't do that to him. Oh, poor baby. God isn't real, prove it. Bro, why do you keep coming up? This is like prank calling
Oh,
or something.
I'd just like to say that what you're doing here is really great because it was really entertaining for me to get in here a fourth time to tell you that you're a fucking fat retard and I'll rape your fucking mother. And you're a fucking idiot. So
This is atheism. This is atheism. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you reject God. That's what God does to your brain. If you reject God and you rebel against God, that is what he does to your brain right there. Atheist brain. So, anyways, the third attitude, what were we talking about again? Attitudes that are like. Oh, the three attitude. Oh, so we're talking about attitudes people have after they become Christian. So the third attitude is focus on the world. What was the first two attitudes? The first attitude was God, I'm getting lost. Oh, traditional ethics. Is that the first attitude? Yeah. Okay, so the first attitude is traditional ethics, and then the second attitude is. Wait, what? I didn't put the second attitude in here? I thought I did. What was the second attitude? The exclusive confidence of the Holy Spirit to guide our lives. Oh, that's sort of like. Oh, the attitude of just like okay, yeah. The second attitude is like the free gracers or something, like the Holy Spirit will just guide me. Okay, so the third attitude is focus on the world. This attitude says that Jesus Christ's work isn't just about saving individuals or helping them live holy lives. It's about the world as a whole. The idea is that what Jesus did affects both our personal lives and the larger world, including things like politics, society, and ethics. So this perspective holds that there's a unity between your personal faith and your involvement in the world. A Christian life isn't just about spiritual practices or personal salvation. It's about actively engaging with the world, including political issues and group dynamics, as an outgrowth of God's work in the world. However, the passage notes that this unity isn't strictly biblical or theological unity that gives clear rules for how to live, like strict prescribed Christian ethical system. Instead, it's a more secular unity, which means it's based on the idea that God's love can renew the world. In other words, Christians are encouraged to engage in the world with the belief that God is working through love to transform society. True Christian living in the modern world is not just about belief or theory, it's about action. Christians are meant to show their faith through real world works, such as social involvements, politics, or ethical decisions in their communities. These works reflect the incarnation of faith, meaning that faith becomes tangible and visible in how people live, love, and interact with others. In summary, uh, the third attitude is about seeing the Christian life as connected not only with to personal salvation but also transforming the world. Christians are encouraged to engage with society, politics, and ethical decisions in the way that reflects God's love and the renewal of the world through Christ. This approach emphasizes unity, but it's not about following strict theological rules, it's about living out faith in action within the secular world. Welcome, King.
What's up, man? My name is Tyrone. I just want to say a lot of your takes are super racist, I believe.
You think so?
Yeah, and I can say, I'd say they're pretty racist based off of the fact that you're a fucking fat retard. You've let me in here 5 times today. You fucking fat fuck.
All right. It is hard to estimate the evil that has been done in Christian thought and ethical research by the obsession with unity. This obsession led to Gnosticism, and we find it again in Teilhard de Chardin. We cannot accept the fact that we are divided, as is natural enough. We cannot accept the fact that even as Christians who are reconciled to God and to others in Jesus Christ, we are still divided, that we are still in the situation of man who cries, "Who shall deliver me from the body of this unalivement?" Romans 7:24. And that we can never escape this. So yes, Christians disagree. True. True. In the field of ethics, this means that our ethics must be an ethics for the man who is at one and the same time both a Christian and a non-Christian, both free and enslaved, both reconciled and in revolt, both saved and judged. This supports those who are always repeating, simul peccator et justus. Yet this does not mean that superseding or annulment of the one term by the other. It means their coexistence, and hence the division of man. The saying that where sin abounded, grace did much more abound, Romans 5:20, does not mean that grace suppresses sin. If this were so, it would hardly be worth noting. The situation is not one of grace alone. It is a state of laceration in which sin does in fact abound. Laceration? Grace abounds even more, but it does not set sin aside. We can grasp the superabounding of grace only in promise. It is real, but it does not actually bring us into the kingdom of God now. On the contrary, it enables us to see properly to what degree sin abounds and to what degree we have to live our lives in this situation, which is both that of the world and on our own. Hence, the whole of the Christian life presupposes this break, this encounter, this twofold movement from grace received to life lived, and from life known to the promise believed. These reverse movements are both indispensable to the existence of the Christian life and is at the point where they intersect and meet that the incarnation takes place. Okay, definitely. That was deep. Yeah, I'm gonna have ChatGPT break that passage down. Guys, this book takes me forever because it's so dense. To like ChatGPT, I have to like have ChatGPT hold my hand as I read this thing. Thanks for all the likes, everybody. I got bananaed earlier for hate speech and bullying, and then I appealed it, and there was none of that. So I don't try to bully or hate speech. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just debating. Yeah, I got lucky, but debating. Yeah, it's like everyone reports it. Right, Taylor. I mean, I'm trying my best to follow the rules. It's just like super hard because I don't really know what the rules are. So I don't know. I figured out that if I repeat anything Trump says, that will get me banned. I figured that out. So I always thought what the president said was news, but apparently it's misinformation. So there's a tip for any of you streamers out there. So let's see here. The passage is discussing the complex nature of the Christian life. How, as Christians, we live in a world that is still deeply affected by sin while also experiencing God's grace. So we have two realities. Every Christian lives in a tension between two realities, Christian and non-Christian. While we are Christians, we are also living in a world where many people are not. So we must navigate both aspects, like free and enslaved. As Christians, we're set free by Christ, but we still face temptations and struggles that can feel like slavery to sin. We are reconciled to God through Christ, yet we still face moments where we struggle, rebel, or sin. We are saved by God's grace, but we also live in a world where we must still face the consequences of our actions. So there's a Latin phrase, simul peccator et justus, means simultaneously sinner and justified. It reflects the idea that as Christians, we are both sinners and justified. We're made right with God at the same time. This doesn't mean that being justified removes our sinful nature, but that both realities coexist within us. So grace abounds more than sin. Romans 5:20, where sin abounded, grace did much more abound. This doesn't mean that grace eliminates sin, but that God's grace overpowers and outpaces the sin in our lives. Sin is still present, and we experience it daily, but grace is even more powerful. It's not that grace removes sin, but that it changes how we understand and respond to it. Living with the tension of grace and sin. So as Christians, we still live in a broken world, and sin is still part of that world. Grace doesn't immediately fix everything and bring us into heaven right now. Instead, grace helps us to see the reality of how deeply sin affects us, while also empowering us to live in the light of God's promises. Isn't that amazing? So, grace received and life lived. The Christian life is a twofold movement. From grace received, God's grace has been given to us through Jesus Christ. To life lived, our actions, choices, and the way we live should reflect that grace that's given. We move from a life known, our understanding of this grace, to promised believed, our future We move from life known to promise believed, our future and hope in God's restoration in the world and us. Oh, we're moving from the life we know, the life before we're saved, to the faith in the promise of Christ. Okay, so like the more we believe in Christ's promises, we're moving from a place, we're moving from our understanding of grace to our future hope in God's full restoration of the world and us. Oh, I see what he's saying. So we move from the grace God gives us that we know to how that grace changes us and affects the world through us and fulfilling the promise of the future kingdom. I don't know if I'm understanding that correctly. The intersection of grace and sin. So the Christian life involves living at the intersection of grace, God's unmerited favor, and sin, the brokenness of the world. It's where these two things meet. The fact that we are sinners in need of grace, and the reality that we are already saved by that grace. So there's tension that Christians live with, that we're saved by grace, but we still struggle with sin. Grace doesn't remove sin, but it overflows and gives us the power to live in a broken world, keeping our hope in the future promise of full redemption. The Christian life is a dynamic movement between experiencing God's grace and living the reality of sin, and the intersection is where the power of Christ's incarnation, his coming to live among us, continues to be felt. Between experiencing God's grace and living in the reality of sin, and the intersection is where the power of Christ's incarnation continues to be felt. Christ's incarnation gives us the grace. So there's this tension with the grace we've been given by God and the broken world that we live in, I guess. And that's where we get people like, you and Darth are mean. Because they're struggling with that tension. They've received God's grace, but they're still in this broken world and they're struggling. It's so weird that, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what I thought of Darth before I was a Christian. Like, I never remember. I mean, I thought probably a couple times. I mean, I still think sometimes there has been a few times where he's maybe like he's not perfect, right? Like he's been a jerk, I'm sure, a couple times. But like mostly he's pretty nice, I think. I remember the only thing that really sticks out. I remember one time it was like Christmas morning or something, and there was this girl who was like 16, and he was like, I don't know. I just thought he should have been more like graceful and merciful because just like a 16-year-old girl. But like Darth, Darth, like he doesn't really. He kind of treats everyone the same. So I don't know. I don't really have a problem with his behavior. I don't get all the like animosity. I don't get it why everyone criticizes Darth's behavior all the time. And like when I look at the behavior of other people, it's like, and no one criticizes them. I don't get it. So I just don't get it. Like, okay, if you're gonna criticize Darth, there's like a whole list of people you should be criticizing, and I don't see anyone criticizing those people. So I don't get that. I don't know. Or maybe they are and I'm not seeing it. I don't know what's going on. I just don't. I don't get it. I don't. I don't think Darth like he's debating. So yeah, in a debate, it's gonna come across like he's kind of like mean because it's a debate. You're playing a game. Like if I'm playing basketball versus like a kid or something, and I'm like crushing him because I'm trying to win the game, is that mean? I mean, I don't know, maybe. But you play to win the game. Like what the hell? Am I supposed to just go easy on him? I mean, you play to win, right? Like I don't get it. I think people view debate as like like we're just having a friendly conversation or something. It's like no, come on, like we're arguing. We have different worldviews and we have clashing worldviews and we're arguing. Like they want to no, it's a friendly conversation. No, we're playing a game. It's a reason giving game. I give a reason for my position, and then you talk about shifting the burden of proof and stuff and complain. That's the game. I give evidence for Christianity, and then you go, but that's not evidence because I'm too unsmart to know that's evidence. And that's the game. I'm just like thinking out loud about all the criticisms. I just like constantly getting criticisms about Darth's behavior. And like I love how everyone treats me like I'm Darth's secretary. Like I have Darth's phone number and I can just like call him and be like, "Hey Darth, I need you here now. Come here now. I'm getting someone's winning a debate versus me. I need your help, Darth." It's not like that. I don't know why people think that. Like I'm not his secretary. I'm not like I don't have a bat signal where I can call him. I'm his boyfriend. You know, I noticed that people, the atheists, the non-believers, did not like Darth. Like out of all these people they debate, it's like they really, really don't like Darth. Like, there's no one. He isn't a tier. Like, if there was a tier list, Darth would be like 3 tiers above anyone else in terms of like people they don't like, right? Like there's no one even close. And I'm just like, why do these people not like him so much? His argument must be awesome. That's what I thought. And then I also thought like, hey, I bet if I just like be friends with him, all these like just being friends with him will like piss off all these like assholes, these asshole atheists that are like really mean to me all the time. So not it's like great. Like so Darth, great debater. I've learned a lot from him. He's shared a lot of materials with me. He's helped me. Like I wouldn't be half the debater I am if it wasn't for Darth. Like I owe Darth everything in terms of like debate. All so that he's interesting to talk to because he reads, and like I like the fact that just being friends with him, it like pisses people off and makes them not like me. I think that's funny because like I am kind of like there's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with me where I kind of like it when the whole world is persecuting me. I kind of like it. What is that, like a persecution complex or something? I don't know. I kind of like it. I feel if there's two sides and both sides don't like you, you're doing something right. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So first of all, I have to say my English is not that good. I'm not Like my main language is not English.
Okay, I'll show you extra grace, but that could be problematic because God is a complex topic.
Yeah, yeah. I can speak. I can speak English. Just
Okay.
I can't express myself as good as an American or English speaker. Okay, so I actually grew up in a Jewish community, and I've been searching for a Christian to talk to for a long time. So, can I ask a few questions?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm more of a debater, so I'm not like a Bible.
Yeah. I do look. I will look at it as a debate.
Oh, okay.
So, first of all, in the Bible, like in the Old Testament, God promises to the Israelites, to the Jewish people, that He won't leave them, He will never leave them. But according to the New Testament, God left the Israelites. How does that work? That will be the first question.
I'm not really the person to ask these questions. Like, I think
That's a debate.
Yeah, but I don't debate this topic. I don't really know this topic. So like I would subscribe. I think there's sensationalism.
Okay, so I will take one of your topics. You think there was no slavery in ancient Israel?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you will look at the text, at least there was God allowed that.
No.
Nope. So let me just a second look the verses.
There's verses against slavery. It would be against the law.
Just give me a second. So I will read it in Hebrew because my Hebrew is my mother's language.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the.
Are you talking about Leviticus 25? So the word there is aved. How do you pronounce that for slave? Aved.
Eved.
Eved. So
Yep.
that's a neutral. There's no negative connotation to that word because that
Eved. Eved as the meaning of Eved is your body doesn't belong to you. Your body belongs to your owner.
No.
That is the meaning of Eved.
No.
You want me to read you the definition?
I know that's not what is going on because the term is used to describe Hagar, and she's never forced to do anything against her will.
Mm.
And the term is used for King David and prophets like Moses to describe a relationship with God.
Yeah, that is because they are like the property of God. They belong to God. So
Yes,
the definition definition.
We're not slaves.
Yeah, the Eved is slave. Eved is slave.
No.
That is the real. Yeah. As an Hebrew speaker, I can tell you, Eved is slave.
No. It's more like servant.
No.
Yes.
Eved is slave.
Okay, but does slave
servant is mesharet?
Hold on. Does slave have a negative connotation?
Yep.
Okay. Does a
pretty bad connotation?
Does Eved have a negative connotation?
Hmm?
Does Eved have?
Eved, yeah.
Does Eved?
You want me to give it to you?
It doesn't have a negative connotation.
But it does. Just a second, I will give it to you.
But when the word is used to describe the Israelites in Egypt, they use context like the words bitter and harsh.
Oh, they use Eved. Avadim ayinu b'Mitzrayim.
But there's context in.
We were.
There's
The
context.
meaning of Eved, like we were, you will like when God promises Abraham when Brit Bein HaBetarim, when God tells Abraham, your people is going to be enslaved. He's using the word Eved. Also,
Right.
ancient Jews
But
spoke Aramaic. Not the ancient Jews before 1,000 years, not 2,000. Like when in the days of the temple, of the first and second temple, and in the days of Egypt, when the Jewish were enslaved, they speak the Hebrew.
okay, but when Evid is used to describe slavery in
Okay,
Egypt,
so let me
you
just a
interrupting me.
second
Fuck.
open. Hmm?
You're not letting me talk. Dude.
Okay, I will mute.
When Eved is used to describe slavery in Egypt, they have to use other words to provide context. That it's like a negative type of slavery, where they use words like bitter and harsh along with Eved. And so in Leviticus 25 there isn't that context. So Evid it would be neutral. It wouldn't have a negative connotation if it's like a bad thing. So that's the problem. Leviticus 25 is just talking about the socioeconomic institution of servanthood, because it was basically like social welfare. It's like a good thing to help people. It's nothing like that's oppressive or like evil.
Is it good or bad is a different debate, but is it a slavery? It is a
No.
slavery.
No one's forced to do anything or
Yeah, people are forced to be slave.
no, they're not.
So
Where's the
yeah,
evidence?
they are.
Where is that?
Okay, so I will search.
Like, where's the
I
slave
will.
market? Where's the
Yeah, I will give you. I will give you. I will give you. You want me to give you a place where they use the word slave without a context, and it is a bad thing? Like
no?
just the word slave as a bad thing, just the word Eved as a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing because that word is used.
But if in the text they say Eved in a bad context without having the context, just Eved, and we are supposed to understand from it that Eved is bad, will you accept that?
No, because I've done scholarship on that says the opposite. I've read a paper by Peter
Oh,
J. Williams. He's a scholar. He says
okay, but
Evid.
that is just a logical failure. Just that is, I would just say that going to authority. If you have answer, I
He's an authority
will
on
take your answer.
he's an authority on the subject, so it's not a
Yeah, but that is a logical failure. Going to authority.
no.
Just because he knows stuff doesn't mean
Okay.
I can't. Let's just.
No. Fuck off. You can't use academic sources. Like, fuck off. Yeah, I crow foul. You're using an academic source. That's wrong. Clayster, I'm not gonna have you. I already gave you a chance. Like I can only handle like so much of that crap in one day. So some people like I'll talk to you again in the future, but I'm not gonna talk to you multiple times a day. I gave you like way too much time. Okay, so two realities. Did I read all this? Yeah, I read this, right? Yeah. Um, so there's a tension that Christians live with. We are saved by grace, but we still struggle with sin. Grace doesn't remove sin, but it overflows and gives us the power to live in a broken world, keeping our hope in the future promise of full redemption. The Christian life is a dynamic movement between experiencing God's grace and living in the reality of sin. And this intersection is where the power of Christ's incarnation continues to be felt. Okay. Yeah, we read all that. All right. The point of all this is that recognition has to relate to the concrete situation of what I am in the world in which I live. This aspect of recognition is no less important than the other. It is the very condition of the possibility of freedom. Again, the problem is not that of drawing the logical consequences of liberation in Christ, which will be our freedom. Just because freedom is at issue, this is impossible. The act of our freedom is purely human at the level of this recognition of my human condition. The kid, were you the Jewish guy? You weren't letting me use sources, so like I don't. If I'm not allowed to use like academic sources, then I mean, like, what is that? Occam's razor. Occam's razor doesn't really get us to truth. Yeah, I'm Christian. Yeah, well, whatever you said, it was a fallacy. It's not a fallacy. What is Peter J. Williams? He's got what is his biography? PhD, University of Cambridge, principal of Tyndale House, Cambridge, the chair of the International Greek New Testament Project, member of the ESV Translation Oversight Committee, the author of Can We Trust the Gospels? Yeah, so he's an expert on the text and translations and stuff. He's the guy who did, yeah, that's the guy. So he says that we should use the word servant to translate Eved because there's no negative connotation for the word Eved. His words.
Okay, so let me just explain what I meant. I didn't say that just you bringing an academic, yeah, how would you say that? That you are bringing an article from someone is like a logical failure. I said that because you say, assuming I gave you some source, okay, and you're answering me, okay, but is smart and he says like that, or is educated on the topic and I think elsewise, that is the logical failure. But you just bringing in sources is not a logical failure. So the thing is, if we will start talking about something and we're having a debate, let's say we're having a debate, and every time I try to to bring an argument, you say, but he's smarter, is more educated on the topic, and he thinks elsewise, and because of that, your argument is not valid. We won't be able to have a discussion. Instead, it is, I think, better that if I could bring a claim and you can say why my claim is bad.
I mean, I made the point though.
Yeah, you made a point that slavery doesn't come in bad context, right? So can I give you a bad context it comes in?
Okay.
So, excuse me, I don't really know how to read. Levisitors, I really don't know how to call it, how to say that in English.
Leviticus.
Yeah, 25:55.
Mhm.
So in Hebrew it will be I think the translate is not that good.
For unto me the children of Israel are my servants, they are my servants whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Just a second. So maybe that could be translated elsewise, but just a second. That won't be that good of a that won't be that good of a source, but let's say Deuteronomy 15:15. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
Deuteronomy 15:15. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore, I commend you this day. So, slave. There is no bad context. You were a slave.
It's talking
You
about.
were a slave.
Yeah, that would be the bad context, Egypt. Because if you go to
Yeah, but you won't say you were a servant in Egypt. You will say you were a slave in Egypt. Saying a servant you were a servant in Egypt will be just
I would
weird.
agree they were slaves in Egypt. Yeah.
Okay, so
I remember I
the
said
word.
when the word eved is used in
So he's using the word eved. The slave here in Hebrew he says the word eved.
Yes.
The verse in Hebrew is
in Egypt when they're talking about eved in Egypt, they have other words to give context that it's bad.
no. So
Like
you're
harsh and bitter. Are you not listening to me?
Yeah, but how do we I just there is in Hebrew there is in Hebrew the word there is a servant there is a mesheret which is a servant, and there is a eved which is a slave.
Yeah, but eved doesn't have I feel like you're just ignoring what I'm saying.
No, but just I will take the Egypt context because it is a good context. But the word mesheret doesn't appear in the Egypt context. Just the word eved, which is a slave.
Okay.
So we do have another word that will soften the it for the word eved, but we don't use it. We use the word eved as in slave.
No, I think it's better
No.
translated as servant. Yeah.
So servant is a mesheret. That's just a different word. There is a translate to Hebrew for the word servant.
Why don't they use that word for Hagar?
For Agar. Yeah.
Hagar.
Just a second. Yeah, can you give me the context?
They use the word Eved for Hagar, and she's a servant. She's never forced to do anything against her will.
Just a second. I'm just checking. I'm just making sure, and I will. Yeah. So in Hebrew, the Agar is not called is not called Eved. She's called Shifcha, which is a different thing.
The term as Eved is used for Hagar.
Nope, they're using the term Shifcha. Just I will make sure that. Yep, she's called Shifcha. Shifcha is some kind of Eved, but not as bad as an Eved.
Okay.
Shifcha is like a personal helper, like. I will check just the exact definition of Shifcha. Yeah, Shifcha is supposed to be a servant, like like a slave that will be translated as a slave. But Sarah, I think, just treated the will. I will just check.
I think, yeah, we would consider Hagar an Aved in a broad sense of the word.
Nope. In the text, she's not called an Eved. She's called a Shifcha.
Yeah,
You can check me.
in the broad sense of the word, she would be considered an Aved.
In the word, yeah, if you will translate it, but in the text they're using the word Shifcha, not the word Eved.
But in the broad sense of the word, she would be the same as an Aved.
Okay, so let's just look at Agar as a simple case. You just to be clear, you gave me a case where the word Eved, which is not Eved, is Shifcha, but I will take it as Eved. Is the word Shifcha, which will be used as a representative of the word Eved, is used in a good context, like they didn't hurt Agar, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So first of all, I don't know if you know the end of Agar. Abraham just, I would just say, Abraham just throw her out of his house. She died in the desert, bringing Ishmael.
Well, the term would still Aved would be used for like King David and Moses, and they're not.
Yeah, but as slaves of God.
But they're not slaves of God.
They are the slaves of God. Like they are
not.
Eved Hashem. They are slaves of God.
No, because
yep.
No, in Judaism, the God is known as the liberator.
Liberator. What is liberator?
The Jewish people thought of God as their liberator. He freed them from he freed them from
okay, so he freed them, but he said, I took you from, I did give you the verse. I took you from
Hold on. The Jewish and the Christian God is not a God of slaves. He's a God of free people. We're free in Christ. Freedom is a theme even in the Old Testament. So
yeah,
they're not slaves to God. They're
but the concept of slave. So let's just define the words. What is slave?
Yeah, I would say it's like forced labor and forced confinement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
forced.
No one was like forced to work against the will or
I can't hear you.
Can you repeat? It's forced labor and forced confinement, and no one in
no. Slavery is not always forced, but
yes, it is.
In the so let's just talk about it. Let's just talk about it.
I think we're having a language barrier here.
Yeah, we do, but I can actually, I think we can solve it. So Eved is used in the context that God actually tells you how to deal with your Eved, with your slave. So you need to treat them right. You're supposed not to beat them. Just in some cases you're allowed to eat them, but usually you're not supposed to. So if God actually gives you the right to, I will take it from the actual text.
Well, if you agree that these people aren't being forced to labor against their will,
if you will if you will buy Jewish, I don't know, I will call it Jewish slave. 6 year he will work in the and in the seventh he will be freed. And you also have, just a second.
Well, do you agree there was no forced labor?
It depends. So in the Bible, if someone steals and doesn't have the money to pay back, he is taken as a slave. Like he is.
But that happens in if you commit crimes, you go to prison and become a slave. That doesn't count.
If you but you don't have your free will. So
yeah, because you committed a crime. That doesn't count.
So now we're talking about the morality of the slavery, and that is something else. But you can also buy a slave. You can also buy a slave.
From where's the slave market?
Everywhere. Nowadays there is no, but back in the days there was a slave market, and God actually gave you instruction to how to buy your slave.
Where's the slave? What verse? Where's the slave market?
I'm just checking out. Would you say that in English? I'm sorry. I'm just. I'm just used to saying the names of the books in Hebrew. So Exodus 21:2.
Exodus 20. Oh wait, what? Exodus, what is it?
21:2.
Exodus 21:2. Okay. This doesn't say where's the slave market.
Not a slave market, but it does speaks about when you buy your Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, and in the seventh shall go out free for nothing. So you can buy a slave. He's just supposed to live with you for 7 years.
Okay.
You can hold your slave,
but there's
just for 6 years.
There's a big problem for your argument. There's a big problem for your argument. If there's no slave market, then this is voluntary.
So there was a slave market back in the days, and God actually instructed you how to buy from the when you buy from the slave market. How should you treat your slave?
Where is it saying there's a slave market here?
If God gives you construction to how to deal with your slave, what does it tell you? With the slave you bought.
Are you
what does it tell you?
Are you a Jew?
Yeah, I am.
You're practicing?
I left the religion. Like I did
you're going
practice.
You need to repent. You're going to hell. You're just interjecting your own opinion in there. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Welcome.
Hello. Hey, bro. I'm sorry to tell you, I'm not here to debate you. I just wanted to ask the kid so bad. Since he's in the comments, do you mind if I ask this real quick? I just want to prove him wrong in like 5 seconds.
Okay.
Hey, kid. In Yiddish, what does Israel mean? That's all I need to know, bro. If you're talking about we're slaves to God, what does Israel mean?
Tell us what it means. It doesn't make it. So God frees the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, and then he's like, hey, now that I've freed you from slavery, I want you to enslave each other and other people.
Yes, now that I've freed you from slavery, I'd really just like it if you'd start selling each other immediately. Like, no, that didn't happen, bro. Stop it.
It's literally nonsense.
Anyways, if he's not going to answer because all he said was yap, is Israel means ones who wrestle with God, or one who wrestles with God if you're talking in singularity context. That literally is like he calls his children my chosen Israel. He's not talking about the physical place. He's talking about anyone who wrestles with God is his child. How he loves his children, how he wants to liberate his children. As a Christian, I find it very intellectually dishonest and insulting that you would sit here and try to use the Yiddish language or the Aramaic language to try and make this proposition. I do have answers. I just gave you the answers, kid. What do you mean? What do you mean I don't have answers? I just told you what it means since you won't tell anybody what it means because you're being intellectually dishonest. And you think because you speak Yiddish, you can come up here and just start saying random words in Yiddish, throwing a couple gimmels around and acting like you're all that. My opinion on homosexuality, I think that it's a sin like any other.
We'll talk about that. He's trying to get me banned. I'll get banned if we talk about that. Yeah, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Look, the whole concept of human universal equality is fundamentally like Christian and Jewish. The historian Tom Holland, he argues that the idea that slavery is inherently wrong is deeply rooted in a Judeo-Christian worldview. In his book Dominion: How the Christian Revolution Remade the World, Holland contends that the moral framework, which considers slavery an absolute evil, stems from Christian teachings, particularly those emphasizing the equality of all people as made in the image of God. Holland notes that in the ancient world, including the Greco-Roman societies, slavery was seen as natural and an unchallenged institution. What was revolutionary about Christianity, he argues, was its insistence on the dignity and worth of every individual, regardless of social status. This belief eventually contributed to the abolitionist movement, particularly in the Christian context in the 18th and 19th century in Europe and America. Christians also ended slavery in Rome. Under Christian influence, progressively slavery disappeared in the Roman Empire because of Christianity. If we look at the book, The Technological Society, I believe this is page 36, I have it highlighted. There was, in fact, greater technical progress in civilizations where slavery was prevalent, for example, Egypt, than in others where that institution was practically unknown, for example, Israel. So right there, this is a sociologist who has some informal training in history. And so slavery would be a sociological issue. It's not a pure historical or linguistic matter, right? It's a sociological issue. So right here he says the institution of slavery was practically unknown in ancient Israel. So there you go. You did a good job debating in a language you don't understand very well, though. All right. Talking about like grace and sin. Okay, the point of all this is that recognition has to relate to the concrete situation of what I am in the world in which I live. This aspect of recognition is no less important than the other. It is the very condition of the possibility of freedom. Again, the problem is not that of drawing the logical consequences of liberation in Christ, which will be our freedom. Just because freedom is at issue, this is impossible. The act of our freedom is purely human at the level of this recognition of my human condition. What the hell is he saying here? God. I think the way he writes, it's like scrambles my mind. And I'm also not very smart. recognition of our situation. So, recognizing your situation, who you are, and where you are in life matters. It's not just about understanding freedom in an abstract, spiritual sense, but understanding how freedom applies to your specific life, your environment, your relationships, and the struggles you face in the world. The recognition of your human condition, your situation in life, is just as important as recognizing the spiritual freedom that comes through Christ. Both are necessary. If we don't recognize where we stand in the world, we can't truly understand what freedom means for us as individuals. The passage emphasizes that freedom is not just a theological idea that you can logically figure out. It's not something that you can just reason through, like figuring out a math problem. True freedom is a lived reality. It's something you experience, and you can only experience it fully when you recognize your own human situation in the world. The act of freedom, actually living in freedom, is a human experience. It's about how we recognize ourselves, our struggles, and our context in the world, and how we then choose to live without understanding. So, true freedom involves recognizing our real world situation, our human struggles, our environment, and our role in life. We can't just think about freedom in an abstract spiritual sense. For freedom to be real and meaningful, it must be understood in the context of who you are in the world. Freedom isn't just a thought, it's something you live out, and that starts with recognizing your own place in life. As regards the first act of recognition, there's not much to say. We are faced with an act of faith which in one movement seizes, actualizes, comprehends, lives out, personalizes, and universalizes the work of God in Jesus Christ. Recognizing my freedom as we have tried to define it is not different from recognizing my salvation. We find the same association of knowledge and self-forsaking, of confidence and dialogue, of rigor and mystery, of commitment to what has never entered the heart of man, and of simple clarity about my life. Recognition that I have effectively become a free man, that everything is open before me, that all things are lawful, that I am given a surprising orientation, obeying attractions and determinations which are quite different from those that man can know naturally. Recognition of all this sets me in a new world. A whole new world. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
I'm not very like super interested in this topic, so I'm not. It's not gonna be a passionate debate by any means. But number two, why would you think that atheism is irrational?
I think it's irrational because it contradicts itself. It refuses to look at evidence. It's just a blind belief without reason.
Why is it contradicting?
Because it's kind of, the contradiction isn't super obvious. It's kind of like in the background information that would. So, if atheism were true, it would like logically and necessarily entail that we couldn't know anything is true. And if we can't know anything is true, then it'd be a contradiction to say atheism is true.
And then what facts does it ignore? Sorry.
Well, like the transcendental argument for God, I think would prove Christianity, and they ignore that.
Right. I don't know. For me, like I wasn't growing up on religion. I got a lot of religious friends, but for me, it's just in most things in my life, I believe in science, right? I'm down to a science in most things. Like most of my, opinions are based on rational things that I can see or could be tested per se. And when I think about like a creator of sorts, I'm much more inclined to believe it had something to do with the theories that are coming from the scientists. And even if we're doing something arbitrary like a creator, I'm much more inclined to believe and a theory of like simulation of sorts, like Elon Musk referenced, as opposed to like the Bible per se. Because just for me, I can't get behind it. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but for the whole, Jesus walked on water and he died on the cross and got revived. That's just like very hard to believe for me from a science perspective. And I'll let you like respond to that.
Sure. So, like, most people I talk to have like a similar attitude where it's like they accept scientific claims, and like claims of the Bible seem like superstitious or something, or like silly mythology or something. Um, yeah, I was gonna no, I was like, forget what I was gonna make. Well, it's basically because you okay, here's the point I was going to make. So you kind of understand, like, you've looked at the Bible with like a critical lens, and you're thinking critically about what the Bible claims. Like, you go, okay, Jesus couldn't walk on water because like that doesn't make sense with what I know about like water and people.
Right.
But have you like something I've noticed, like, people will believe in science, but they tend to not like criticize science like they criticize religion. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that if there's a cause and effect, right? Like if I drop my glass out of my hand right now that I'm drinking water out of, it will shatter on the floor. Therefore, I believe in a gravity. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I mean, you could certainly criticize science in a sense, but
You haven't. I'm willing to bet that because there's a lot. I've been critical of science because I want to be a critical thinker and evidence based, and I know like there's a lot of criticisms of science. Like, one of them is underdetermination of data. That's a big problem. Where like science can give us data, but science can't tell us how to interpret the data. So then the question is like, who's interpreting the data correctly? Nobody knows. No one answers. There's no answer. So that's a big like criticism that people should be, but they're not aware of these things. So when scientists interpret data, they put a lot of their opinion into things. For example, like evolution. Well, who observed someone turning in from a great ape into a human? No one observed that.
right.
That's a lot of like opinion extrapolated from other data. So
I can agree with that, right? But in most cases, we do have some sort of backing. I mean, there's definitely been times in history where we found later on, other people have come in and found different things, like number theory. That was a big one. They're still looking into that. But just like, right, so people are disproving others over time. But like you said with evolution, we were able to come up with an idea, I guess, an educated guess, because we can,
right.
of why that was, right?
Right. Well,
So,
that's the thing is like we're really limited. Science is really limited in what it can do.
right.
Like we kind of need what the Bible is. The Bible's like saying like, hey, this is the word of God, and that we're gonna need that like assurance to make sense of like how science could even be possible and stuff like that. Like, how can we have evidence without these assurances of like the word that come from the word of God?
Right, and I like it. And me and my friend, we go on drives to Montreal, which is about 6 hours from where I am, and we have this conversation over and over again. And I agree with a lot of the morals in Christianity. I think it's a great thing to practice, and I think it's good to believe in something. But again, just for me, I have a hard time truly believing wholeheartedly. I want to. I think to accept something like that in my life would be beneficial, but I have a hard time really believing truthfully any of this stuff. Do you know what I can't get behind it, and I don't know how most Christians do. So I was wondering how you said you're a critical thinker. How do you critically think about these things that you're seeing and believe them wholeheartedly out of the Bible? Or
I mean, to be honest, I think you just have to look at your biases. Because like, if you're willing to believe in something like the Big Bang, okay,
sure,
I mean, God walking on water isn't that much of a stretch. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you can
yeah,
believe the Big Bang makes a pretty crazy claim, you know? And
I agree.
it might be. I mean, I don't think it's true, but like, yeah, I just think like the claims science makes are extraordinary, and people have no problem believing them. So I don't think it's a matter of like the miracles is the issue. I do think there's this like that like sin is real, and there's something like about human nature where there's something like wrong with humans, and we can see that by like the societies we create, which are kind of sick, I think. And so like we take advantage of other humans. There's homeless people. We
I
don't.
believe there's evil for sure, if that's what you're alluding to. I believe that there's good and evil.
I think that's a reflection of that, like something's wrong inside of humans, and so I think the Bible just provides a lot of these answers, like I explained.
I think to an extent, I think there's something wrong with a lot of things. Like, I mean, monkeys, like, they'll just, kind of get on each other and just go for it. Or a jaguar will bite an elk through the neck and burst its head.
But animals, we don't really think of them as like making ethical decisions because they don't. They're kind of like just reacting to.
Right. Right. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think somebody could even bring up like a what is ethics conversation, like, and then that's where like it even kind of rabbit holes deeper for me. It's like there's not even a concept of what we really are, even science based, and it's like to abide by good morals. Why is it needed? And people like to say because there's a heaven and a hell, but not that I mean, I like to abide by good morals. I think the world functions better and people live happier lives when everybody's kind to one another. But I think there is evil, but it's just such a, why did God create evil if he created humans? Why do we?
He doesn't create evil. He makes everything good. And then
Right.
we rebel. See, God is love, and love has to be free. You can't force love. So God values our freedom. He wants a loving relationship. And that means he allows us to make mistakes because Adam and Eve made a big mistake. Now we kind of suffer the consequences of that. But because God wants a relationship, he lets us make these mistakes, but he also sends like Jesus to help us, and we can have a relationship with God despite the mistakes. So he doesn't abandon us.
Yeah. Okay. I know I'm giving you like a really hard time. I don't mean to be. I think what you're doing is great, and I like listening to you. And you've made a couple good points. The one last one that me and my buddy seem to like never be able to agree on, and I know it's kind of like a harsh topic, but like let's say there's a 8-year-old child riding his bike down the street, and he gets smoked by a truck, and he dies on the spot. If there's a God, why does that happen? Or why do terrible things happen to people that I care about or you care about? And then that's where I struggle to worship something that allows for terrible things to happen to people in my life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a tough one. The book of Job is kind of about that, where like all these bad things happen to Job. Like God doesn't really provide much of an answer as far as I remember in Job. God kind of says like we won't understand it. There's also like Ecclesiastes sort of talks about how sometimes you can do everything right, but just like crap happens.
Yeah.
So the way my friend Darth explains it is that the Bible says if we rebel against God, we love the world instead of God. And science can kind of be an example of that. Science is like looking for all the answers in the natural world. And people can fall in love with science in a way. But so he says that God lets bad things, suffering happen in the world because it like teaches us not to love the world and think about like there's something more to this. So I mean, it doesn't from our.
That's a hard. That's like I didn't expect you. That I mean, I like your answer, but like that's that. I mean, there's all sorts of that debate too. I mean, when they get into like the abortion debate, typically there's like that one liner of like, what if she was raped, or what if it's a child, and like those ones are really hard to answer. I think from a Christianity perspective, but I appreciate you for your time. I mean, I don't really have much of a great argument. I just want to come talk to someone, but I appreciate your time.
You're welcome, man. I wish you well.
Cheers.
Yeah, those abortion questions are kind of like those are tough questions, but like I think those situations are extreme, or I hope so. Hopefully that's not like that's like a percent, a fraction of a percent when that happens. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Okay, I just had a question. What about atheism is irrational?
Well, I would say it's irrational because it's like contradictory. They ignore evidence, and it's like a blind belief with no reason.
It's not really a belief though. It's a lack of belief. It's not an attempt to explain anything.
Mm, well, I mean, it is technically if you do not accept theism, then you're making an ontological claim. Like if you're gonna be
I
technical.
mean, just saying, like, I view it the same way as you know, Tooth Fairy or leprechauns.
No, there'd be a smoking gun defeater for Tooth Fairy leprechauns. So there's no.
But there's like the conclusion that it's a deity is irrational. Like just because we don't know how things came to be, you can't just say, oh yeah, it was a deity, where it's perfectly valid to give other explanations.
Well, that's the argument is we assume any other explanation, any other starting point that's not the Christian God, and we show how like it's impossible. We show that only the Christian God makes sense. That's how I would argue it.
But it doesn't though. When you look at stuff like age of the universe in the Bible versus what we see in reality, that that doesn't align. So if you said, "Oh, Christian God makes sense," that's a bit irrational, don't you think?
Mm, well, that depends on. See, like, is your ultimate authority like science or is it like God? That's the issue, right? Because you're saying like, well, if science says it's true, right?
Yeah,
But science isn't really like the ultimate authority of truth because like tomorrow there could be some scientific discovery that says that would make all of our scientific knowledge invalid. Like it's
yeah.
unlikely, but it's possible. It's because so science doesn't give us like absolute truths. It doesn't really challenge the Bible.
But what it does tell us is that it's irrational to make conclusions without absolute knowledge, isn't it, though?
Right, but science doesn't. That's what science does.
It doesn't, though. That's why we call them like scientific theories. They're like our best explanations for stuff. At the end of the day, they're still scientific theories. Well, you'll never see a scientist call something objective truth.
Yeah, right. That's what we're on the same page there, right? So that's the problem though is we need absolute truth claims, and that's what the Bible. Where's where we get the Bible
And that's based on faith, right?
based on? No.
What would that be based on? Like, how can you say that the Bible is objective truth? Like, what makes you say that?
I think the transcendental argument for God would be an objective proof. The thing I was saying about we assume any non-Christian position, we show how it contradicts.
Okay, I see. Well, good talking to you. To understand your viewpoint. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. I'm looking for like I had a list. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong. All things are lawful. I had a list of like the worldviews. I can never. I write. I have so many notes. I wish I could just remember everything. Like, wouldn't that be cool? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I was like scrolling right past it. Oh yeah, so there could be like the non-Christian. An example of like so atheist position would be like a nominalist materialist. The view that everything's separate, physical stuff with no real connections or deeper meaning. It's like a pile of random Lego pieces that don't fit together. Each piece is just there, unrelated to the others. If everything is completely disconnected, how could we understand anything or see patterns in the world? You know? And then there's monistic pantheism or any like monistic religion. So like Judaism or Islam would be monistic. Christianity would be like triune. So any monistic religion the idea that everything is really one single thing, like an undivided cosmic blob. Imagine a glass of water with no shape or parts, just one uniform substance. If everything is the same, how can we tell anything apart or talk about anything being unique? Islamic salvation. Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Okay, I'm not allowed to talk to Muslims. It's against the law.
So I'm interested in challenging number one.
Yeah, I can't talk to Muslims though.
Oh, it's only.
It's against the law for me to talk to Muslims. I think Darth can do it somehow. I don't know how he does it. But every time I'm not ducking. I try to add you. Every time I talk to Muslims, I get banned. So, I don't know. I'll let Darth do that. It's probably better for my health, anyways. You sent a request. I invited you. I sent you an invite. A Latin Trinitarian? I don't know what that is. Do I believe in divine simplicity? I think there's like a problem with divine simplicity. I'd have to research it. I'm not sure what the other option is. There's like the essence energies distinction, but I think that's problematic. But I'm also not Eastern Orthodox, so probably not going to believe that. Atheism should be stopped. Yeah, because atheism devalues human life, right? Because unless we're made in the image of God, then it's like we'd just be some evolved animal. And an evolved animal isn't sacred. But if you're made in God's image, then human life is sacred and has value. Welcome.
There we go. Hello, man.
Hello. What would you like to say?
Okay, so I just want to see how you answer to the no free will argument against religion.
No free will? There has to be free
Yeah.
will.
Okay. You want me to give my argument? We can discuss it. I'm going to give it the premises. Premise one, every unquote choice you make is simply what you want the most or a reflection of it. Premise two, you cannot control what you want the most. Conclusion, you cannot control what you choose to do.
That's self-defeating.
What is self-defeating?
If you can't control what you choose, then you can't.
That's a conclusion.
Yeah, that's self-defeating. So if that's true, then nothing would be true because you wouldn't be able to choose between true and false.
What do you mean?
If you can't
Explain it better.
If you can't control your choice, then you can't choose between one false and true. You're just determined to believe one or the other. So there's no. If you can't evaluate between true and false, then there's no truth. You have to be able to evaluate. So you have to be able to make a choice.
Why does evaluating require a choice?
I don't know how to explain that. That should be obvious.
You know, it doesn't require a choice. My point is, even that reflection you make, it's not really in your control. It doesn't require a choice, just like an AI.
So insane. I'll ask the AI then. You don't understand. You don't want to listen to me. Why does evaluation require a choice? Explain it to me like I have no brain. I told it to explain it to me as if I lacked a brain. So hopefully you'll be able to understand the AI.
Do you know what a choice is?
A choice?
Yeah, do you know what a choice is?
I think so.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know. So it says evaluation means making a judgment or decision about something. Something that was good or bad, better or worse, right or wrong. Why does evaluation require a choice? When you evaluate something, you're comparing it to something else or to a standard. For example, if you evaluate a movie, you're deciding if it's good or bad based on how much you liked it or how well it was made. And my computer just died. What the fuck?
It's okay. I mean, it's very easy to explain it, so keep explaining.
Okay. If you evaluate a piece of food, you might decide if it tastes delicious or gross based on how it tastes to you. To make that evaluation, you have to choose between two or more options, good versus bad, like versus dislike, right versus wrong. So evaluation requires a choice because you're always deciding which option is better or more appropriate. Without making a choice, you wouldn't be able to decide anything. There would be no judgment or comparison, and you wouldn't be able to evaluate. It's like deciding between two ice cream flavors. You can't evaluate which is better until you choose which one you like more. Does that make sense?
The problem is you always choose what you like more. You always do what you want more. It's a condition. For example, with your own explanation you just gave me, when you eat shit, you're telling me you can choose to now evaluate that shit to taste good. That's not how it works. You're gonna say it tastes bad because for taste buds, which are not in your control, the conclusions you take from your evaluation do not come from your control. That is my whole point here. You cannot control any choice
You've
you
ignored
do.
my counter argument was that if you can't control your choice, then there's no such thing as true or false because you can't evaluate between true and false. So you've ignored that. Remember that? I made that argument. So you're going to deal with my argument?
Okay, what do you deem as true and false? Go on.
What?
What do you deem as for true and false?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Just give me a definition of true and false. What is true and false?
Okay, if you don't know what that means.
No.
Okay, so debates are about what's true and false. And so if you don't know the definition of true and false, you should not be debating. Julie, yeah, I don't really care if they. Everyone's reporting me anyways, so I don't really care if they say report me. Yo.
I'm 13. That's all right.
That is not all right. You have to be 18. You should tell your parents you're talking to adults on the internet. That's dangerous. I could be a total creep. It's against the TikTok. I could get banned for talking to you. And plus, I don't really want to talk to people that are under 18 because it's just better not to for many reasons. How do people not understand that denying choice is like a cell phone? I don't get it. I'm using the wrong definition of true or false. Oh my god. I really loathe these people that just want to argue definitions. That was the second time he asked me for a definition. It's like the second someone asks me to define a word, I want to kick them. What am I, a dictionary? Look the word up. If you have a problem with how I'm using a word in a sentence, then tell me your definition of the word, and I'll tell you if I agree with it and I'm using it the same way. You don't have to pop quiz me, you piece of crap. Does anyone ever think of doing that? Well, instead of asking him his definition, why don't I just tell him what I think the word means and how I think he's using the word incorrectly in a sentence, or how I think the word means and the context by what I think it means doesn't make sense, right? Why don't they say that? Why they go, what do you mean by what is the definition of this word? Oh, you don't know you can't define the word on the spot. I win the debate for some reason then. Boy. What is that crap? What do you get? What rhetorical advantage do you get from asking me to define a word and I go, well, I can't define the word. Now what? What do we do now? What does that mean? Why don't you just tell me, I think the word means this. Do you think the word means this? And then I'll go, yes. Or I'll say, no, I think it means something else. That would be like a good faith thing. That's what I would do. I mean, if I'm not using a word incorrectly in a sentence, do you really need to ask me to define it? Can't you tell by context? It's just some rhetorical crap these people do. I can't stand it. I suppose all analytic philosophy is just like talking about the definitions of words, since they have no ultimate standards for truth, so then truth becomes a definition game. Who can define language better than the other person? Wow, you're really good at defining words. You're like an oracle of definitions. You can just define yourself into reality. It's a myth? Well, the Bible says it's not a myth, like explicitly 4 times. So how do you know more than the author of the Bible? How come the author of the book said explicitly it's not a myth and he talked about like witness testimony? It's witness testimony. Also, what about all the people that witnessed God? How do you explain that? Oops. I don't believe any eyewitnesses unless they're scientists. Yeah, we don't believe eyewitnesses unless they're a scientist, and then I believe eyewitnesses. But only scientific eyewitnesses, no other eyewitnesses. I don't believe in other eyewitness in a science eyewitness. Yay, science. Yeah, see, they don't believe eyewitnesses. But if the eyewitness was wearing a white lab coat, oh, then everything they say is true. This is basically the mentality of these people. If science says it, it's true. If the book says it, it's false. I'm a critical thinker. I think critically by just believing what I want to be the case. You see, since there are no standards, by my own standards that I've invented in my mind, I am rational. Yeah, we should all see God. God gave us a brain, and I think we should use the brain that God gave us. That's just my personal belief. Now, if you disagree, I can't stop you. Yeah, report me. Darth, Darth, I got a meme for you. Hold on, I gotta go get it. Good evening.
You rang?
Yes. Do you remember Mark Reed?
How can I forget that whack job?
I was watching him on a debate last night. Yeah, he hasn't changed much. So,
No,
but I made him
he has he has mental impairment.
see. What do you think? Do you see the background?
Winnie the Pooh, and a thumb.
Yeah, and then Mark Reed. You see the resemblance?
What, between the thumb or Winnie the Pooh?
The thumb and Mark Reed. It's
Yeah, that's
the
close.
meme.
Yeah,
He looks.
he's like he makes T Jump look reasonable.
It was really bad.
He basically doesn't listen to what you're
Yeah.
saying. He's not really responding to the specificity of what his interlocutor is saying. I know this from experience with him twice. He just goes into robot mode, right?
He was. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So he was debating Jim Bob, and the
So
top.
you agree with that? Okay, so it's nice that I mean you don't have to concur, but it's nice that you agree that that's an accurate assessment.
I'll give you an anecdote of what exactly happened on the debate last night. So the topic is belief in God rational? And Jim Bob's whole argument was, do you believe in human rights? And Mark's like, yeah. And he's like, you think they're a social construct? He's like, yeah. And you think they're rational to believe in, right? And Mark's like, yeah. And he goes, okay, so God's rational to believe in as a social construct. Thank you for the debate over.
I don't agree with that, but that's funny.
Yeah, and so his response was he starts talking about like the Trinity, like he prepared.
He's not a normal person.
Yeah, so he prepared to debate like the Trinity was irrational or something, and that's all he had.
He's in robot mode.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a robot.
So that was exactly.
I confronted him in my last encounter. I said, "What are you, blank?" And it begins with an A and ends with a C. And he goes, "Yes," and he was serious. I go, "Why am I not surprised?"
Yeah. Yeah, I got a banana this morning. That was annoying, and then it took like 5 hours for the appeal to go through.
It took me 12 hours the day before yesterday to get.
Yeah, I heard you say that because usually it's way quicker. So I wonder what's going on.
All right, listen, I have to run an errand, but I'll be here listening. Okay, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Welcome, Kane.
Well, hello.
Bro, why do you gotta... what would you like to say?
Oh, I'll just wait for Darth. He and I've got history.
Why can't you talk to me?
Because I don't like bullies, and Darth is a very big bully, and I don't know you.
I'm a bully. I'm really mean. True.
Well, I don't have history with you.
Do you accept God as your creator?
Never have, never will.
And is that rational?
Well, I'd rather believe in myself than a narcissistic, egotistical God, but that's just me.
Believe in yourself? That wasn't like an answer to my question. That was a prevarication.
Well, it's the answer you're going to get from me, so either live with it or kick me off. Either way, I'm going to be waiting for Darth, and he's going to kick me off for 5 minutes because every time we fight, he gets scared and just kicks me off.
I mean, you sound like a waste of time. So he doesn't like waste his time with this crap.
The man does nothing but waste everybody else's time by going in circles on a script he thinks is
no one's forced to listen to him. You're free to like leave. This is very bizarre. Your behavior is bizarre. Has anyone ever told you that you're bizarre?
Well, you're bizarre and believe in God to some people, and other people's you're normal.
It's
Perhaps
just
I've
odd, like, because no, Darth doesn't force anyone to listen to him. He does his own live, and people can come or leave. And if he goes on someone else's panel, he usually gets kicked off. So
well,
there's no.
I don't like bullies, and I've heard this guy bully plenty of people, and I am very much sick of him bullying people who disagree with him
Well,
and over talking people.
why is it wrong to bully people?
Are you really asking that question? Are you really that dense?
I am dense. Yes, that's what I tell my audience all the time. Right?
So, have you ever seen somebody who was suicidal after what somebody says?
Oh. Where do they grow these people? I don't understand what's like. I've thought Darth is out of line maybe 2 or 3 times in like how long I've been listening to him for like years.
I resent that.
I mean, I don't understand this. Like, he's firm, he's assertive,
I'm not taking that anymore.
but like, it's just weird how people think it. Like, think about all the other bad behavior I see, and like no one talks about that, but then they talk about that.
They have amnesia about it.
I guess so. It's like, yeah, it is like Trump derangement syndrome, pretty much.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot like it.
I talked about like the advantages of being your friend earlier, and one of them is like the collateral damage, because I kind of enjoy like pissing people off for no reason, and the fact that like people get mad that I'm friends with you is just funny. I think. And most of the people that get mad about it are like the people that are jerks to me, so screw them.
Yeah. No, I every day when I listen to the atheist streams and all that, it just blows my mind that you see this is the problem with what is confirmation bias. Okay, and a confirmation bias can be a good thing at times. It could be a bad thing. Well, the Bible talks about that indirectly when it talks about suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. This is talking about how the sinful inclination causes a severe case of confirmation bias. They will just simply deny the obvious that the world exemplifies design. Right? We live in a world, solar systems, galaxies, planets, stars, atomic structure, from the smallest scale to the grandest scale. It just screams design. They go, no, it's an illusion of design.
The words they speak, every word they speak would like betray that there's like patterns inherently in the world.
Well, if their own conscious cognitive apparatus and ability was not the product of design and ultimate intentionality, then there would be no basis to talk about rationality.
It's funny that they don't get it because it's really simple. Like, it's so dumb.
It is very simple, but you see, they have a higher priority, and that is to preserve and protect their false belief that they're autonomous operators on this planet. I don't have my reading glasses on. I can't read the guy's name.
Blue Crystal.
Yeah, how you doing, Mars? I was talking to Darth earlier on, but I would like to ask him a question if that's okay with you.
Sure.
I know it's your live. Is that okay, Darth?
Yeah, Darth is a co-host here, so usually when he comes on, he kind of runs.
As long as I don't mention certain people's names.
I'm the beta male and Darth is the alpha male, so that's how this works here.
No problem.
Jesse Lee Peterson, beta. Jesse Lee. You know who Jesse is?
Beta, baby.
Jesse Lee Peterson. That's amazing.
He's pretty funny, but he's a heretic. But he is funny.
I know, but sometimes heretics are funny. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No, it's fine, Darth. I was talking to you earlier on, but I'd like to ask you. I was on a live earlier with it was called Catholicism Live, and I would like to see why it is wrong. Like, where is the issues in Catholicism? If you could help me.
Okay, so they have a claim to papal authority and papal succession, that Jesus appointed Peter the first pope, and that office would continue. And oddly enough, speaking of that, the current pope is very severely ill and
Yes, I
could,
heard that.
yeah, he may be going soon.
Mm-hmm.
So the claim is based upon a couple of verses, but one paramount is in Matthew 16, where Jesus says to the apostles, "Who do men say that I am?" And they started giving different answers. And Peter, always being one to be impulsive, um, he blurted out, he says, "You are the Messiah, the Christ, the Son of the living God." And Jesus says to him, he goes, "Blessed are you, son of Jonah, Bar Jonah." He says, "Flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father in heaven." He goes, "I tell you, you are Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church." Now, the Catholics take that to mean that the word Peter, or Cephas in the Aramaic, is a word for rock, right?
Right.
But in the Greek, Matthew wrote in the Greek, and Matthew went to the trouble to use two entirely different Greek words. Petros means a small rock or stone that's movable. It can be a somewhat larger rock, but it still could be moved. Whereas the other word, Petra, which is an entirely different word, and it's also feminine, not masculine, refers to a large, immovable rock edifice. So the Catholics claim that he was referring to Peter, but the Greek does not indicate that. The Greek indicates that he was referring to himself, that Peter's identity statement of who Jesus is, that's the Petra. Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 10 refers to Jesus, recorded in the Greek, that Jesus is the Petra, right? So we don't find anywhere else in the Bible any clear or unambiguous writing to indicate that Peter had some type of supremacy or papal authority, right? Or that there's apostolic succession, the office of the apostles continued. So they have a false claim to church authority. Another issue is the teaching on salvation. They teach that salvation is by God's grace through faith, but we have to enact works. We have to get on a lifelong performance of being a good Catholic, performing the Catholic sacraments, going to the Mass, participating in the quote Eucharist, where transubstantiation takes place, right? But this is not biblical. This is a misrepresentation of what the New Testament teaches.
Okay.
And by the way, I was raised Catholic, so I actually have a soft spot in me for Catholicism. I don't have any emotional problem.
Yes, but it's flawed nonetheless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so either we're going to be loyal to what God has given to us in His Word, or we're going to just adhere to a group because it's large, claiming that it has this authority when it doesn't.
I gotta
Right?
say,
I'll be.
Yeah, I saw the Pope's in the hospital. I don't know if I'm going to say a prayer for him.
Well, I hope he is. Well, is it looking bad for him, or was it?
I don't know. He had an asthma attack. It seemed pretty bad.
No. He has pneumonia.
Oh dear.
And one of his kidneys is not functioning properly.
Wow. What do you think? I've heard a lot of speculation about it was something to do with the door he had opened, but
no. Well, he's no spring chicken, so
the door he opened. People are saying around here that he got some sort of demonic attachment.
Well,
he criticized J.D. Vance, and the things he said were stupid. I don't really like him.
Well, he's a commie from South America, so.
Yeah. Well, look, Dorothy, I appreciate your time. I was on a live earlier, and I just didn't know how to address their
Yeah.
their stance. But thank you for your time. I'll be back.
No problem.
Cheers, bye.
Welcome, Stargate. What would you like to say?
Why are you afraid of a godless universe?
That's a loaded question. I'm not afraid of a godless universe. It makes no difference to me mentally or emotionally either way. Okay, I believe in God. Yeah, I believe in God because I rationally cannot deny His existence. Okay.
Well, I can rationalize that.
Anything else?
Did you say you can rationally deny God?
I mean, this universe isn't perfect. This world isn't perfect. Nothing's perfect in the universe.
So, do you deny the existence of God?
I deny that the world is perfect and the universe is perfect.
Okay, well, that's not an answer to my question. Do you deny the existence of God?
I deny the universe is perfect and the world is
Okay,
perfect.
do you have a problem? Do you have neurological issues? I asked you a question. We'll try one more time. So if you give me another
If
evasive
you
answer,
insult my
goodbye,
neurological
goodbye, goodbye,
issues one more time,
goodbye,
I will.
bye, 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 bye. See, there's no reason for me to suffer fools like that.
You don't make your education level public, do you?
No, I've stated that I don't have formal theological or philosophical training. I'm
Right.
just somebody who's dabbled in it to become proficient in discussions and debates.
Right, but you don't talk about like if you have a bachelor's or if you have a master's.
No, I've said that I don't have a formal credentials,
Okay.
but I know enough about the basics of biblical theology and a modicum of philosophy and metaphysics that I can competently discuss these issues.
But I think someone was asking like at your general education level. I guess that's something you
Yeah.
don't really tell.
I look. It was a mistake for me to go into the past and give out whatever personal information I did because there's just because I rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Yeah, I understand.
I developed these weirdo stalkers,
Yeah, I
and
understand. I was just
now in addition to stalkers, I have people proliferating false and slanderous information about my personal life. It's just simply not true.
right.
So you know.
Yeah. I get you.
I mean, I could defend myself, but
Well, it doesn't matter to me. Someone was just asking in the chat. So
yeah.
I was just wondering. I wasn't sure if you made that public, and I thought you didn't, but I just double checked.
What's your name?
Jory. I don't know. Ray.
How are we, lads?
Do you accept God as your creator?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
What would you like to say?
Well, I don't really know what to say. I guess Jesus is the way.
What? Have you been drinking tonight?
No, I have not.
Okay. Then what's the problem here?
What do you mean? What's the problem here?
I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's the problem? I don't know. Is there a problem? I don't know.
What's the problem, officer?
Yeah. Do you ever see planes, trains, and automobiles?
Oof, that was a long time ago. That's John Candy and
Oh
Steve.
yeah, funny movie. And they get pulled over in this burned out car.
I don't
And
even remember this.
the police officer pulls him over and he says, "Do you think this vehicle is safe for road travel?" And John Candy goes, yes, I do."
The only thing, all I remember is they were trying to get home for Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah. Classic movie. Very, very funny.
Yeah.
And John Candy was just
He was great.
Unbelievably good.
This is atheism.
I wish there was a way we could call 911 so we could get the paramedics to his
Well,
location.
I like it when people like that join because it shows atheism. The what God does to you when
Yeah.
you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. What would you like to say, Dragon?
Good night. I just wanted to say
Good
Christianity
night.
is,
Hold on a second. Is English your first language?
yeah, it is.
Okay, so in English you say good night as a when you're leaving.
Good
When
evening.
you're just entering, you say good evening. Good night is when you're leaving.
I think it might be a cultural difference because I'm from Jamaica and we say good night as a greeting.
Okay, well then you know what? I stand corrected.
Good
That
night.
Yeah,
may
no
be the
problem.
case in Jamaica. So then what I said is not valid from where you come from in the English speaking world.
Darth lost
See,
his
I'm right there.
Portuguese.
Yeah,
I he
it's
corrected
not
me. I
like you're
accept it.
wrong from saying that because that's what you know of.
Well, I'm just speaking, as from American English, but there are cultural nuances, like you said in Jamaica, and I can accept that.
Yeah, I understand, no problem.
Yeah.
The thing for me is Christianity is objectively proven. So I am Jamaican, and I don't know if you know this, but Jamaican is majority Christian, right? Like heavily Christian country. So my question is, how do we know that the Bible isn't like tampered with?
Okay. So, well, first of all, when it comes to all of the extant copies of the Bible, we can look at them all, and even though there are insignificant copyist errors, we have pretty much 98 to 99% of what the original text type was. It was copied so fast and so much that it would have been impossible for somebody to tamper with the text type. Okay?
Oh, okay, I understand that. The other question that I've always had is that we Christians, right? Christians, all of us read the same book. So how is it like we have three different factions of Christianity? I always thought that because of the Trinity and some people just pick to choose one spirit over the other, but I'm not really sure about that.
Well, that's because they're professing Christians. They're not actually born again. Okay?
So
So
how
what you have when you study the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, there are certain things that are thematic in the Bible, and one of them is what is called apostasy, or a departing from the faith. And so what you have is over time. Originally, the church was only filled with virtually actual believers. But as the persecution died out and Christianity became the approved state religion, a lot of people who came in and liked certain things about Christianity came in, but they never had an experience of being born again and coming to Christ as Savior, realizing they were going to hell. But they accept, certain ideas within Christianity, and when those people increase, it's just a matter of time before people gravitate toward things that are not clearly taught in the Bible. So that's why there are differences. It's called apostasy.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And another question, final question I think I have about this thing because I'm wavering a bit, right? It always run in my mind, like when I read the news or I see what happens here in my own country, right? Like the other day, a 14-year-old girl was brutally
Well, he's
essayed.
careful. He's
Yeah,
careful on the
yeah,
language.
yeah. Don't be graphic because TikTok censors.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was going to say a little girl got violated and then unalived here in my country. And then I look and I say, why are human beings so imperfect? Why are they so imperfect? If our Creator is perfect and He created imperfect beings, how can a
The
perfect
Bible,
creation?
the Bible doesn't teach that He created imperfect beings. He created beings that were complete and without defect, but with the capacity of agency, they can either respond in loyalty or they can respond in rebellion. Okay, and so that rebellion, that sinful inclination, was passed on by Adam and Eve. That's why. And some human beings, all human beings are sinful. It's just a matter of some people, sin less, and other people sin more. Anyway, I gotta run, guys. I'll be back later. Good talking with you.
Okay, thanks, Darth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the idea in Christianity is that like we're all when you look at like the horrible things that humans do, like the guy that did whatever that to that girl, that's horrible. That guy was a human being who did that. We're human beings, so like that like evil is inside of all of us, and that's why we need a savior. We need Jesus to free us from this like sin. He sanctifies us and gives us grace. We can change on the inside.
That's another thing for me too, because it's like God knows everything. He said He knows us before we even exit the womb, right?
Yeah.
So if He knew that person was going to do that to that innocent little girl who didn't even live a portion of her life, why would He still allow her? Why, why would He allow that person to be born in the first place?
Well, it's because there's a lot of ways to look at that. Like, God could like snap His fingers and get rid of all the evil in the world, but then He'd have to get rid of all the human beings. And He wants to have a loving relationship with humans, and so he sort of has to temporarily allow evil to give us a chance to turn away from like the world and turn to God.
So does that mean all humans are just inherently evil?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. It's either inherent or it would be that's something we learn from the world. I think it might be something learned.
Yeah, I think that question is a bit hard because I've been thinking about it so much. Another thing that I've been thinking about as well is that if Adam and Eve ate the apple, right? Why do we have to be punished for it?
It's not that we are punished for it. It's like a consequence, right? If you're growing up, your dad can make away all the money for food, then you'll go hungry that week, and that's just a consequence of like what your dad did. So our consequences affect other people. So or our actions affect other people. Our action. So Adam's actions have consequences for everyone.
Oh, I understand that. I understand that. The thing for me is with the example that you used, it's not the kid's fault that his father
Yeah, it's not your fault that Adam ate the fruit. It's not your fault, but you still suffer the consequence.
I was reading this document that said that Mary, right, the mother of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, that she had an Immaculate Conception, basically saying that she was born into this world without sin.
Mm-hmm.
If God could permit her to be born into this cruel, unforgiving world without sin, why couldn't he just do it for all of us? Doesn't he love all of us equally? What is it, because Mary was destined to be the mother of Jesus? That's why he did that. But wouldn't that be favoritism to just one of his children? And I don't know, because I think that would be a little bit unfair of him. Though it's confusing, because if he can allow a a, a human being to be born into this sinful world without sin, right? Without sin, why didn't he allow all of us to do that? Why did he allow all of us to be born into this world without sin, without having to be
Yeah.
born into sin and then turn back to him?
That would be a Catholic belief. Protestants don't believe that, so I don't believe that.
Oh, okay.
No.
So that's a Catholic belief.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. So what I heard some bad stuff about the Mormons as well. I heard that the Catholics and the Mormons can't really be trusted that much. I hear that in the Mormons, if they were to date a black person, right? They would have to be married into the family to make that black person clean or something like that.
I wouldn't be
Talk.
surprised. I don't know if you've heard anything like that, but I know they have really weird beliefs. I think it's kind of like a cult.
Oh,
They
okay.
believe they believe they become God.
Talking about black people, right?
Uh,
Another thing that has always puzzled my mind, especially since we're in Black History Month, I've been doing a little bit of research, and I've been looking back into our captivity in the enslavement of black people that spanned for 400 years, right?
yeah.
The question for me is that if God was able to save the Jews from Egypt, why didn't he free my people from slavery? It's not like what did we do to deserve to be enslaved in the first place? That always confused me. And what did we do to deserve being enslaved or staying enslaved for that long of a time?
I mean, I don't think you'd necessarily. I mean, life just sucks. It's not like you deserve anything, but like, um, I think,
But if
I
if
think,
he could if he could stop it, because he's all powerful, all loving, knows everything, and he loves all of his children unconditionally. So if so he has the power to stop it. Why didn't he choose to stop it? Why did he allow that to happen to us?
um, well, I think he did stop it. He just maybe he didn't stop it on your timeline. So if God just snapped his fingers and stopped it, that might seem helpful, but it's not respecting humans as like free thinking people. So we have to work out our problems. For example, like Frederick Douglass, right? He was born into slavery, black, and his Christianity helped support him through the difficult times, and it transformed him, his faith, even though he was being oppressed. And he used his faith to fight the corrupt version of Christianity used by his oppressors. And so God did God did end slavery in America. The abolitionist movement was Christian. If it wasn't for Christianity, they wouldn't have ended slavery.
I guess that makes sense. But then that would spark another question for me. Does God value human free will over justice itself? Because if allowing humans to possess free will, to because those humans use their free will to take away another groups of people free will, right?
Yes. There will.
So
He's going to punish those people, and he's going to fix the world.
punish those people. I wouldn't say that those people are being punished right now. I don't mean to sound racist or anything, and then again, I'm not even American, so I don't know a lot about the history of the United States of America, right? But as far as I can tell, the labor that my ancestors would have put in for the past 400 years would have given our oppressors a significant leap over us. So it's like God rewarded them for enslaving us in the first place. And that has not changed up until this day. I mean, the other day,
There's a civil war, and they got destroyed and lost countless lives. He punished them. What?
I guess you could say that.
God would use war to punish people that do wicked things. So if we keep aborting babies in America, God will allow for Americans to be destroyed. This is what happens.
So he will destroy America for. Oh no, I misinterpreted what you said a while ago. I understand it now. The thing for me is, if God uses war to punish people, and I don't want to get even political or anything like that, but we're talking about the Bible, and Israel is the Holy Land, right? Is that what you believe?
I don't really believe in a holy land anymore. I mean, it is in a sense. I wouldn't say it's. God is everywhere. It doesn't matter. There's no one place that's like more holy or something.
Oh, okay. Now, you could say that God is omnipresent. He's everywhere at the same time. The thing for me is that the Israelis think that their land is the Holy Land, and for that reason, they go out and shed blood in the name of the Lord. If
No, they don't.
So it's more like an excuse to cover up their actions.
Dude, they're getting attacked by terrorists.
I'm not well educated about that topic, so I'm not really going to talk about that much because I really don't want to offend anyone who probably holds a strong political view on that side of the thing. The thing for me is that the existence of the Lord and Savior, the entire thing that sparked this was the pride of one being, right? The pride of one being sparked the downfall of an entire race and the corruption of this perfect universe, right? So it all sparked with one being. Again, going back to the all-knowing part, all-powerful part of God. He's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, and he's all-loving. So if he knew that when he was creating his most beautiful angel, the morning star, that he was going to fall from grace and betray him, why did he still create him? Did he create him for the sole purpose of falling from grace and damning the human race?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you mind if I get something
That's
else?
a fair thing to say.
Do you mind if I give
That's a
something?
fair thing to say.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask God. Do you mind if I get
Ah,
something next?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said a while
Do you
ago.
mind if I give another person a chance to come up? We'll kind of do like one
Yeah,
at
no problem.
a time.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
It was lovely speaking to you. Take care of yourself.
I wish you well. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
You follow Christianity?
Yes.
What denomination?
Protestant evangelical fundamentalist.
Protestant?
Yeah.
So you don't like believe in Apocrypha and stuff like that?
I need to study more. I'm not really sure. Like the books.
You're familiar with Martin Luther?
Yeah.
The guy who started
We
it?
have like we don't have the Apocrypha in our canon. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, there's a problem with that because we can see Christ quoting from the Apocrypha, and when Martin Luther came in the 1700s and tried to remove it, well, he removed it. It was before he was even alive. It was in the original Bible, so
No,
that
but
became a
they
problem.
also had they had like two tiers of canon. They had like two tiers of canon. Oh yeah, here Darthel. Oh, he ran away. I didn't kick him. I didn't kick. Did you kick him?
He just lied. Jesus did not quote from the Apocrypha.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He's requesting back.
I got
Yeah.
kicked.
Yeah, Jesus did not quote from the Apocrypha.
Oh, yeah, he did, but
Yeah, where?
I wanted to
From
talk about
chap,
Christianity.
chapter and verse. Where did he quote the Apocrypha?
I can get you that after, but I want to disprove Christianity first.
Sir, listen to me. I've been studying the Bible for 40 years. Jesus did
So
not quote
what?
the Apocrypha.
The Bible is only
Jesus
for
did not.
Israelites, so you can
If you're
study
going to
the
be
Bible all you want. That doesn't mean you know the Bible.
listen to me. If you're going to be a rude punk ass without further warning, I'm going to kick you.
You don't know the
Okay?
Bible, bro.
Goodbye, Tommy.
Why are
He
these
didn't know.
people?
He didn't know that the password in Swahili, bro, means kick me.
I thought it was pretty coincidental that the guy joined from Jamaica right after we were talking about John Candy, the head coach of the Jamaican bobsled team that won an Olympic medal.
That is an amazing coincidence.
But that's so crazy that he comes up and just lies to me about that. Like, what the hell? People are always doing that. Usually it's the atheists. What are they? Why just come up and. I can't believe the amount of people that just bald faced lie to my face. Oh, hey, Darth, I was thinking about when we ask them about like the single unifying principle dictates state of affairs, yada yada, and they go reality. Well, I was thinking when they say reality, that's a reification fallacy because they're right.
Yeah, because reality is just a term meaning everything.
Because a reification is when you take an abstraction and you treat it as if it's a concrete thing. And that's what they're doing, right? So that's
Yeah,
reification.
yeah. They're taking an abstract notion as though it were a concrete one.
How come I never heard you call that out as a reification fallacy?
Oh, I have many times.
Oh, you have? Oh, I just don't remember
No,
that.
no.
right then. How long have I been going here? 4 hours. Probably like take a break soon. A lot of craziness today. Oh, I had a guy who speaks Hebrew, and he wanted to come up and tell me that like Eved is it means slave. He kind of got me on one thing though. He actually educated me on the word that I was wrong about. I kept saying Eved was used for Hagar, but apparently it was a slightly different term. But
Look, you have to understand, how was it used in biblical times? You
exactly
see,
right.
there's a big difference between knowing modern Hebrew and how it's denoted or has a connotation. How was it used in biblical times?
Right. I kept trying to explain to him that in biblical times it had a neutral connotation. That when we look at like the word when it's describing what's going on in Egypt, they use context like the words bitter and harsh. So it's like a kind of a forced what's the word you use? Entrapment or
Yeah.
confinement, forced confinement in Egypt. So if there's no like context to say it's like a forced confinement.
No, because under the Mosaic law,
Yeah.
a servant can leave at any time, and
Yes.
they cannot be forced to be returned.
Yes. So it's better translated as servant because the word has a neutral. It doesn't have a negative connotation. It's the same word is used to describe King David and Moses in the relationship with God. So we wouldn't think of them as being like God doesn't force confine people or like force people to do things. Right.
I've had a person who knew Hebrew and tried to say that Genesis 1:1 meant when God began to create. That's certainly allowable, but that doesn't mean that is the right way to translate it.
Right, because modern Hebrew would be way different. It's like if I read things the founding fathers wrote, I have trouble like understanding because their language was so different back then.
The reason why people want to say when God began to create, because they want to smuggle in deep time.
What's up, Egyptian? Oh, I debated. Do you remember Venus?
Oh, he's guy sounds like a vampire.
Yeah,
Have you ever noticed that?
you remember him.
Oh yeah, he's been on my troll list for years.
I was trying to get him to defend his position, and he kept like, he's like, I'm doing an internal critique on your view. I'm like, well, to even do an internal critique on my view, there has to be some like logical principle that you're like assuming or using, right?
Yeah.
And so he denied that there's logical consistency. I challenged him
Look,
to like, what's your like?
he's a very sleazy, slippery and
Yeah,
deceitful
this is
person.
what they do. So when he denied logical consistency, I go, okay, well, if you're going to concede logical consistency, then I'm just going to say God exists because God exists. Thank you for the debate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a waste of time talking to.
Pretty much. His whole strategy. Oh, I got a hold of Deconstruction Justin's
Right.
cheat sheet.
How is abortion child sacrifice? Do you
Okay,
want to explain?
Yeah, we'll discuss that in a second. Can you send that to me on Discord, please?
Maybe I'll try. Let me see. Okay.
Yeah, how did you get a hold of it?
One of Jim Bob, a viewer sent it to me on Discord.
All right, please send me a copy of that.
Okay, it's kind of weird because I had to save it as a web page, but I'll send it to you right now.
On a Mac or Windows?
Windows. So is that not going to work for you? Here, I'll send you the link. The link should still work.
Yeah, do both. How is abortion child sacrifice? Because they're sacrificing it to the false god of human convenience.
You're taking the absolute piss. It's a fucking sack of cells, mate. It's not a child.
It's not a child? By what authority do you say that?
It's legally not a child until it's taken its first breath, and this is the fucking law we're talking about here.
Well, then is that law conventional?
Yes, right, okay.
Good.
As it's been taken in multiple court cases.
Listen. How old are you?
Does it matter how old I am? I'm old enough to be law.
If you have an abortion, it is a fetus. A fetus is a sack of cells.
Okay.
It has no
listen to me. Okay,
sense of life. It has no sense of breathing.
All right, goodbye. Okay, goodbye.
No, wait.
I think we had our first ventriloquist.
Yeah.
Welcome, Cypher.
Was good. I wanted to talk to you about the number 2, atheism is irrational. What do you think atheism is?
It's a good question. The atheists have bastardized the definition of the word, so it's like, who the hell knows at this point, right?
Well, what do you think? Because you think atheism is irrational. So
I don't really care. I don't really care how people want to define it, because any way you define it, it's ridiculous.
I'm asking what you think atheism is because you're saying atheism is rational. So what do you think it is?
Anything. Could be anything. Whatever it is, it's irrational.
That doesn't make any sense. You said it's irrational, so what is it?
Good question. You tell me.
So I get to make the definition?
Sure.
Atheism is either the denial or the disbelief of a existence of any god or gods.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's irrational.
Why is this irrational?
Well, it's irrational because it would entail a contradiction. It refuses to look at the evidence, and it's just, blind belief without reason.
So I don't think disbelief of anything is irrational, right? Because especially when specifically
what if you disbelieved that the Earth was a sphere? Would that be rational?
No, yeah. So I would say it's rational if you don't have all the evidence shown to you that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Have you read any scholarly papers on the definition and use of the term atheism?
I don't think so.
Okay, so then that means you probably are not well studied. Okay, the standard definition of atheism, when you survey all of the reference works, is that it's the disbelief and denial of the existence of God.
Am I talking to someone else or are you a different person?
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you.
I'm asking if you're the same person or a different person. I don't know.
I'm a different person. I'm the co-host.
Okay, because the first person asked me to define atheism, so this is a different conversation.
Okay. So I'm just trying to explain to you that the standard definition of atheism in the English language and in philosophical reference works is the denial of God. Now, atheists are attempting to co-opt the definition to a mental state without propositional content external to their minds. Okay, that's so they can identify as an atheist and then insulate themselves from having to defend what their real position is, that there is no God.
You're saying specifically the denial of God is irrational.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Got it. So does this mean you have some sort of evidence that the God definitely exists, so that denying it is irrational?
Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we would have evidence that God exists. But it doesn't really matter because you would have to defend atheism even if we didn't have it. Scooby Doo background.
Okay, so atheism is an unqualified universal negation. Do you accept that?
Well, where a second ago you said atheism is the denial of God, which is irrational, meaning you should have some sort of proof for God because it'd be irrational to deny obvious proof for God,
I
right?
deal with every time I talk with atheists. Are you an atheist?
I am.
Okay, every time I talk with atheists, 99.9% of the time they're uneducated on the issue of the definitions, but they think that they aren't, and they don't focus on what's being said to them.
Okay.
Okay, now.
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, I stopped because you're not focusing on what I said to you, okay? That's why I didn't answer your question, because it's a diversionary response, okay? It
wasn't a
this
diversion.
atheism, all right, listen, let's make it very clear. Even if you attempt to define atheism as a lack of belief, I can still show you through a logical analysis that it is an indirect denial of God.
Yeah, that's fine. So
you want to go there?
No, we don't have to go there. You said atheism is irrational, and specifically...
Sir, listen to me carefully, okay? I'm going to ask you a question. If you don't answer it, I'm kicking you. How old are you?
19 next month.
Okay, I'm 63. You need to up your maturity game because you're not responding to me like a young adult. You're responding to me like teenagers do at the cafeteria table. I'm old enough to be your grandfather, okay? So I have a higher level expectation of mature behavior, okay? Now, atheism is either the direct or the indirect denial of God's existence. Are we clear on that? Okay, if I hear you fucking interrupt me one more time, you're gone.
Okay.
Okay, I won't give you another warning. Now, do you accept that atheism is either the direct or the indirect denial of God?
Yes.
Okay. So when we deny the existence of God, the idea of God is as the single causal unifying principle of everything, conceptually speaking. So when you deny that, it qualifies as a universal, unqualified negation. Okay? You understand that before we move on?
Wouldn't it be more just that
Sir,
exists?
Look, I'm actually educated on this subject. I don't have patience for people who are your age and uneducated and unfocused. Okay?
I was just asking to define your terms.
Yeah,
but
sir,
on the
you
conversation.
understand that atheism is an unqualified, universal stipulation of negation.
Sure.
Good. Now, how are you able to make any universal absolute declaration, including that of negation of God's existence? What is your proposition that you can invoke that functions as the negator for the proposition of God?
I'm not sure if I have one.
Okay, then your universal negation would be irrational. Because you're making an absolute, universal, unqualified statement of negation, God does not exist, without a rational defense.
So your argument for God's existence isn't that you have proof.
No, I didn't make an argument for God's existence.
Let me finish.
I didn't make an argument for God's existence yet.
Okay.
I'm simply pointing out to you that atheism on its own merits is irrational. It's also a performative contradiction. A performative contradiction is a proposition or a statement that is in some way self-referential, either by its own content or the background information needed to invoke and establish the statement or proposition, where the background information will either conflict or will not be able to support the propositional contention. So do you understand what a performative contradiction is, as I've explained it? If you don't, I'll go over it again.
I think I get what you're saying. And honestly,
in the God world, in Christian theism, the mind of God creates the world, and his mind imposes, according to his plan, that we can know certain things according to his plan. Okay? Now, so that means that we can affirm and deny some things according to God's plan. When you reject that scenario, what is your ultimate frame of reference as to what is the ground of all being that will provide you with the capacity to rationally affirm and deny things?
Well, like you just explained, I don't think I really have any way
Do you
to
have an identifiable, defensible ground of all being
finish. I was getting to that.
allow you to affirm and deny things rationally?
I was just about to say no, if you let me finish.
Okay, so now what you have now conceded to is that atheism is a performative contradiction.
Yes, I would no longer call myself an atheist, probably more of an
It
agnostic.
does no good. You see, there's only two options. There's no middle ground. You're either going to acknowledge God's existence, okay, due to the fact that the world is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality, or you will refuse to acknowledge God's existence in various verbiage, which will constitute the denial of God.
Would it not be possible that I just don't feel I
I'm
have?
not done yet.
Okay.
Agnostics are atheists who pretend not to be.
Maybe I won't call myself agnostic then, but isn't it possible
Then
to?
either you're good. So either you're going to be a theist or you're going to be an atheist.
Right. So wouldn't it be possible to just feel like I don't have enough information either way to
No.
say something?
No, because that would constitute upon a walkthrough an indirect denial of God's existence.
Which is irrational.
Yeah, it's irrational because God would have to exist, be of a sufficient, perfect character set, and construct and sustain the world in such a way according to his plan by which we could have rational faculties. If you reject that God is the single causal unifying principle, then you're not going to have a single causal unifying principle to say squat diddly.
I see what you're saying.
So this is why atheism is irrational, because there is no actual rational defense that God does not exist. They try to, like they try to invoke the problem of evil, or they go, "Oh, God's outside of time," right? But these are all very lame and amateur approaches. So
Is there one other thing I could bring up to you? It's an argument I've heard a little while ago.
Go ahead.
So, are you aware of the argument of morality? You know, someone will say, bad things wouldn't happen under God, and the theist might respond, well,
They're not in a position to assert that.
Yeah, because God is a standard of morality, right?
No, they're not in a position to assert anything about God unless God takes the initiative to engage in disclosure of himself and his character.
I see. So like in the Bible, for example.
Yeah. So when people make statements about God, you could only make the statement that God is and that what he is like only insofar that he's either given direct or indirect disclosure that he is and what he is like. So that what that means is that the world breaks down either to an environment of revelation from God to us, or if that is not accepted, the person will adopt that they're in a non-revelatory environment, and therefore they now forfeit the rational ability to say anything about God.
Okay. Would it be possible to interpret anything in the Bible about God to be negative for God? Like put him in a negative
I don't
light?
understand your question.
So you said the only possible way we can know anything about God is through his revelation to us, right?
Yeah, God's revelation constitutes whatever God creates in the world to come into contact with our self-consciousness. And that breaks down into natural revelation and then special revelation.
Would natural revelation be things like the Bible, or is that special
No,
revelation?
natural revelation would constitute recognition of your own self-consciousness, recognizing the external physical world. Okay?
I see. Do you think God is good, by the way?
Yes.
How can you know that? How do you think you can know that?
The only way that I could know it is that he would have to reveal it.
You think he told you that?
Did he personally speak to me? No. God, through his natural revelation, it's an indirect revelation, and also in the scriptures we have direct revelation. God reveals that he has a perfect attribute set, which would include goodness.
Would it be a contradiction because God would set the mark, and so evil is missing the mark? That'd be kind of a contradiction for God.
Yeah, I don't think I asked you at all, dude.
Yeah, can you speak louder so I can hear you?
If God is setting the mark, evil is missing the mark, it'd be a contradiction for God to be evil, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's incoherent to say that God would be evil.
Do you think it's possible for God to create evil?
Are you talking about moral or natural evil?
Let's say moral evil.
No, God cannot commit or create moral evil.
Because before him there was nothing, right?
You can't experience sin, right, Darth?
Moral evil is a deviation from God's character.
He can't experience sin, right?
No.
So where did this come from if he didn't make it? Because before him there was nothing, right?
Evil is those agents that God has created who
So he did create evil?
rebellion against him.
He did create evil then? He created the agents that...
Okay, do you know the difference between the necessary and sufficient cause?
I'm not sure.
God is the necessary cause for all things, but he is not the sufficient cause for evil. The human agency acting in opposition to God's nature and character is the sufficient cause of evil.
So we made evil, humans?
No, it's evil. Evil is not. It's not a concrete object. It's a human abstraction trying to qualify or characterize behavior or thinking that is at odds with God's character, nature, or purposes.
I see. I appreciate talking to you, dude.
Okay.
I'll get you later.
Yep. Yeah, he had a little bit of a realization there that he wasn't dealing with some low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. They like to play these word games, but you're good on like definitions and language.
Well, I have a lot of practice dealing with. I don't have my reading glasses on. What's the username?
John. They do the word concept fallacy all the time, right, Darth? Where they like conflate.
Yeah, well, that's because they're very inexperienced.
Are you there, John? Would you like to say something?
Go ahead, John.
John.
You talk about the proof of God that you believe in, which is just a theoretical and faith-based system. There are over 3,000 deities in the world, and I believe in one less than you do. So what makes your God real and the other 3,000+ not real?
Did you hear him, Darth?
No, it's very weak because I'm using my speakerphone at the moment.
Okay, he did the there's 3,000 gods, and I believe in one less God.
No. I said deities. I didn't say
You
gods.
guys got to do better than this. This is theologians are laughing in your face. This is adolescent type of reasoning.
How is it adolescent?
Yeah, it's adolescent, meaning that you lack education.
I understand what adolescent means. I don't understand what your point is.
Because it's not a stipulation from a robust educational position. Okay.
So you saying okay?
So our belief.
Let me make a point.
I'm trying to answer you. Okay. So our belief.
Okay, you can answer me in a second.
I'm trying to
answer me in a second. You can answer me in a second.
I don't want to have to remove you.
You are saying that tribes in Africa don't believe in a true God.
Oh, it's
So
just one
they keep on raising this canard that the odds of it being correct. Well, that's because they have faulty reasoning that our selection of a particular creator is an arbitrary one.
See, what happened there is me and Darth just believe in one less panel member than he did.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't sufficiently expose themselves to robust opposition, right? And they watch these YouTube videos and they think that they're being educated and given intellectual prowess to support. This is just sloganism. It's not philosophically substantive.
It's really wrong what like people like Josh Bowen and like Justin Deconstruction do. They're selling a false bill of goods to people.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget to send me that material.
Already did it.
All right, thank you.
All
Yeah,
right,
Josh
hello?
Bowen got eviscerated in an hour-long discussion. He couldn't support this atheism.
You might want to download it tonight though, just in case he like deletes.
I'm gonna download it.
Hello.
Welcome, Chase.
Hey, I'm not necessarily atheist. I guess you could say I'm agnostic.
No, you're
I'm not
necessarily an atheist. Agnostics are atheists who pretend not to be.
Well, I don't really believe in a religion at the moment. I'm not opposed.
You can't be neutral toward God. That's an impossibility. People think you can. Even philosophers think this. But neutrality toward the existence of God as the necessary precondition of all things is not something that you can be neutral toward.
Okay. I just have a question about free will. I'm not the most educated and I'm not trying to...
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So please correct me, because once again, I'm not trying to prove a fallacy. And
I'm not going to drop a pile of bricks on you when you are presenting yourself in a cordial, mature fashion. I only get aggressive with people when they're arrogant and they're cheating. Okay, as long as you're presenting yourself maturely. I'll explain things to you as I see it, and I'm not going to dump on you because we don't agree. Okay?
All right. Thank you. So I've heard somewhere that God knows you before birth, correct?
Yes.
And he's all-knowing being, correct?
Yes.
So for me, it's just kind of weird how if God knows exactly what's going to happen to you, how is that free will at all?
Okay, this is a common question and objection, and it's the product of an error in modal logic. There are different modes of necessity. Okay, so there's the necessity of the consequence, where B follows A because A causes B. Then there's the necessity of the consequent, where B necessarily follows A, but A does not cause B. Okay? So God knows things that we will necessarily freely choose, but it's in the mode of the necessity of the consequent, not the consequence. So God possesses the truth value. God innately knows the truth value of our future tense choices. We could choose otherwise, but we won't. Okay?
A less academic explanation, you could think of it as that God, even though God knows the future and has a plan for the world, our choices are a part of that plan. So your free will is incorporated in his plan.
Yeah, so there are different views on that, even within Christian theology. I take the position, which is called Molinism, that God knows all counterfactuals, right? And first of all, the mind of God is beyond anything that we can comprehend. So the fact that we don't know how he could know what we will freely choose doesn't mean is not a defeater for God knowing ahead of time what we will freely choose.
Oh. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Then I just have one more question about abortion. Kind of switching topics here. So you said abortion is child sacrifice. What do you think about in the scenarios where the mother and the child could potentially die during labor?
It's almost non-existent.
Okay.
Today in the first world,
Well,
maybe in the third world somewhere, but not in the first world.
I would agree with Darth, but I would also add that, like, if the intention is to save as many lives as possible, I wouldn't consider that an abortion.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for being respectful.
All right, man. Well, I feel like I should take a break. I've been live forever. And it's amazing I haven't been banned. So I should count my chickens before they're banned and probably take a break. I need a shower, right? I gotta wash the stench of atheism off me. So I'll be back maybe later or tomorrow morning. Bye.